Good morning, party people. Happy Tuesday, June 10th. We have CPI tomorrow, so we will see what the market brings for us today. We have Forrest, and we also have Bull Barbie, our expert traders. Let's welcome them in.
Good morning.
Yo, 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 yo.
Yo, yo, yo. Good morning. How are you both doing today?
Fantabulous, Terry.
Bright and pink today.
I love it. I know I'm a little blue. I'm not sad, just a little blue. How are you, Forrest? I saw your show. I stopped in.
I'm black. Oh, but black every day. But it was good. It was good. I'm solid. If you want to join the challenge, guys, it's nothing crazy, but every day 7:30 to 8:30, just doing some market analysis, preparing ourselves for success every single day. So there's a
Prep
link.
work is so key. So I love that.
Yeah. There's a link in I guess I don't have a link anywhere, but just go to stand.store/trading with Forrest. And you can join along totally free every day.
And it's a 30-day challenge you're doing? Like every day you'll be sharing?
For 30 days, I will be doing that. I can't promise that I will be streaming at 7:30 after 30 days, guys.
Pressure's on.
So make sure you check it out while you still can. Today was day 1, right?
Today was day 2, actually.
Two.
But because I don't stream, I mislabeled it. But yeah, today was day 2. And I was actually going to start last week, so it'd be like the month of June, but then I was like sick last week, so that didn't happen. But yeah, we'll be going for a month. Should be fun. Should be exciting. Join along. Bring your parents. Bring your dog.
Speaking of joining along, should we do NQ first or ES?
I can go first today. I think
Okay,
Barbie.
Forrest.
He's all prepped.
I'm ready. So let's go to the weekly chart. Okay. Take a little peek. Talk about some stuff we just talked about. So obviously some time has passed. Weekly chart, we're still in an uptrend, right? Go with the flow. Make your life easy as possible. Again, I'll say this every day. I think it's pretty important. If you hold long, you'll go green. Okay. Can't say the same if you hold short. Okay. So what that means for you is that if you have a bad entry long, you'll still go green in an uptrend. Okay. Just an idea for you. Food for thought. All right. So we're still in an uptrend. There's 2 major nodes here, right? On the weekly, there's kind of this little shelf that we're inside of here. And then there's the one below us. Do I have the wrong chart up? I do. Let's go to the one that's already marked up. Save myself some time. On the 1 week. So we have those 2 major nodes there, still uptrending. We still have CPI on Wednesday, and it's still a day with no tier 1 data today. So not looking for anything crazy today. Let's go to the daily really quickly. Right, trend line is still there. For a move lower, I could see us coming down, traversing this node here, coming to low value, right? For continuation higher, right? There's confluence kind of with this trend line right here. Okay, just expecting the market to do what it's been doing. Let's fix up our trend line a little bit there, right? So this move would be more inside here. So that would be what I expect on the downside. I could also see us doing a deep cut, traversing this group of people, right? This is price action that we've seen before, right? So then we get a wider, higher low, right? So we get this bigger, higher low. A ton of people go short here. They get absolutely smoked, and then it goes higher. So we've also seen that before. Or this whole little pennant wedge thing could fail, okay? And we come down and attack this gap. This is all low value here. Those are in order of likeliness. Most likely, again, because I trade, my whole approach to the market is I think the market's going to do what it's been doing. I think we're going to keep uptrending until the market proves otherwise, okay? So this is my most likely scenario, second scenario, third scenario, okay? We'll go to the 4 hour real quick. Take a peek what's going on here. Need to fix up the trend line some more. So we did have overnight this higher volume bottom wick, right? We came down, we tapped this little, really the edge of this node here. There's a little node down here, but we went to the edge of this auction. A lot of volume came in. The market basically said, hey, no, we actually don't want to race across this gap. We're going to come back into a mean revert to the point of control. So we have that nice little mean reversion. We're smack dab in the middle of the range here. I do want to mention this. I think this is pretty important in terms of like EV on a trade, right? So the most recent low, most recent highs are there, and price is right here. It's right in the middle. So you got to ask myself, if I go long, my risk is all of this. Okay. If I go short, my risk is all of this. It's not good. This is not the place to take a trade. It is like, in my opinion, the worst place you could take a trade right now is being in the middle of the range. You want to at least get, to the low side or the high side before you take a trade in a direction. So that's what I'll be looking for. I'm really not looking for anything until we hit any of our 4 levels, right? So we have overnight low, overnight high, just like we did yesterday. Yesterday we had a nice prior day high short. I literally just only trade I took yesterday, just held a short, pay it at the end of the day. So these are the 2 levels I'll be looking for: this high, this low, and I'll be looking for what happens once we hit those prices. I won't necessarily just be taking a trade. If we have a strong D-shaped profile again today, right, an even normal distribution, and the market moves very far away from that distribution, that means it's very likely to get sucked back in. And then that's our mean reversion setup. So I'll be looking for that again today. Replay of Monday, really, given that CPI is Wednesday and PPI on Thursday. So that's in queue for you.
Thank you, Forrest.
You're welcome.
What are you thinking, Barbie?
I think that Forrest is making a really good point about when we're in the macro, like we're in the middle points of some macro levels, that trading gets a little bit trickier. And I think that's really good to understand, because some days, I was talking about this a little bit yesterday, but some days are easier to trade than others. Some days make a lot more sense than others. And a lot of times when we're at a really good macro support or resistance, the market makes a lot more sense and it's easier, even on a scalping level. And so I think it's really good to put all that into context. But yeah, I mean, I'm always trying to think of how I can be devil's advocate to Forrest analysis.
Advocate for that devil. Tell me, Barbie. What's the devil? I hear you.
I mean, I like the way that you approach it with all the different scenarios. So that's kind of the way I like to look at it too. So that's a good way to kind of keep your options, and if this, then that. It's a good way to keep yourself out of too much trouble. But yeah, so well, I pointed this out yesterday too, the data. So here's yesterday and today, nothing, and then all this red folder news, and tomorrow the big one. The CPI is the main one for me for the week that I'm watching. The other ones are big too, but if we're expecting the market to react to big news, that's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, and Jan from chat said that Trump is speaking today, so be on the lookout.
I haven't seen that one. What time do you? Oh yeah, I have orange folder turned off on that one. I usually go look on this other one. If someone knows what time Trump is speaking, y'all can post that in the
4
chat.
4 p.m. Pine Tree Trader. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm towards the end of the day anyway, so hopefully it won't affect our morning trades. But I keep kind of starting here because this is what on the macro I was waiting for us on ES to kind of get to one side, and I was hoping we would get to the bullish side. Now that the candles are really kind of getting smaller and slowing down, which makes a lot of sense. So here's what I'm looking at today. I kind of highlighted, my chart's getting really messy, and I know that. So I'm going to tell you what I'm focusing on here. And I tried to make them these red ones. I'm about to clear all this out, but I haven't yet. Part of why it's messy is we spent so much time trading, and that's why I marked this with the pink box. This is where trading can get a little bit trickier, because the big money, the institutions and the funds are they're kind of waiting at these swing highs and swing lows for their orders to get filled, whether they're entering or exiting. And there's a lot of little edges, as Forrest puts there, swing highs or swing lows, or any little things on the smaller time frame charts that they can target to kind of get some liquidity. So that zone is a little bit harder, but we do keep traveling higher. And the first target, not the first target, but the next target I was looking for this week was 60.30 on ES. And we did finally get that overnight and move back down off of it. So kind of the main levels above that I'm watching are the high from yesterday. I don't have it marked, but it's there around the 60.27. And then the overnight high at 60.40. And I still have that target up there at 60.50. I finally put it on my chart for y'all, but I'm really expecting some orders to be sitting here. So if we do get up to 60.50, if we keep pushing and putting in a new swing high, because that's what that would look like, is swing high, swing low, swing high. This one kind of ripped a little bit lower, but that would be putting in a new swing high up here. And I'm expecting some sell orders from some profit taking kind of stuff to go on up here. So if we do get there, I'm expecting some sort of reaction back down, but there are more targets up here yet around 60.80 that I'm still looking for. This is all if price stays above, well, really the 6,000, but I have this magnet level there. It's at 6,010 from really 59.95 up to 6,010. This is kind of my more, it's a line in the sand range, really, is kind of the way I'm looking at it. So above there, I'm looking to keep continuing on to these bullish targets. Hopefully we can get something like that going for a day trade today. If we start going below, so if we lose 59.95, that's when I would be looking to target to test the other side of this kind of chop box, which is 59.70. And then if we, end up breaking this structure where we've been making higher highs and higher lows, and we start putting in a new lower low around 59.70, make a new high and come back down, the next target that I'd be looking for is the upper 59.50s. There's kind of a whole mess of stuff there. So I really like 59, 57, 58. And that kind of, I think covers the most likely places that we're going to go today. Either one of those extreme targets that I just gave you is still a pretty decent move, considering there's not much on the plate today. I mean, yeah, Trump, who knows what's going to come with Trump later, but at least for the morning session, I'm not going to worry about that too much.
It's going to be juicy. We do have, I will say, in all seriousness, because it's not a light topic, with all the stuff happening in LA right now, he might speak about that, which
hopefully
could move the markets. I don't know, but yeah, who knows? Who knows what he's going to say?
You're right. It is about time to talk about that. And I've been on social media, but so I've either seen it's always extreme. So I'm trying to find where the facts are. I've seen, oh, this is horrible, families getting ripped apart, people getting destroyed, like everyone's being horrible. And then I've seen like we're basically being invaded kind of pictures. So hopefully we get some clarity on what's actually going on and not just the sensational social media stuff.
We're only going to get this sensational. I'll say this, okay? I'll be very objective. I lived in St. Louis, or I'm from St. Louis, during the whole Ferguson thing, right? If you guys remember all that, the riots, all that. That was like one square block. But if you watch TV, people were calling me. They're like, "Forrest, is the city burning down? What's going on?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? I didn't find out anything was happening until people started calling me, and I lived there." So that's reality. Doesn't mean something serious isn't happening. It's probably just, check how tight the camera angles are.
Yeah, I try not to freak out until you can get the full context.
Yeah, call your homies in Cali and get it from the source. It would be my opinion. But there was something else I was gonna say related to trading that you reminded me of. Can't remember now. Oh well, sure it'll come back.
It'll come back.
Let us know when it reappears.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, Vala Trades, Hitchman, Mr. Smith. Make sure everyone you hit the like button, share the stream, and make sure you subscribe. We are at 14,200 plus subscribers. That's awesome. Barbie, are you over 10,000 yet on your personal YouTube?
My YouTube hit 10,000 overnight. I wasn't even there to watch it, but it's
Woo!
over. So.
Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you. There's a couple big marks when you're a YouTuber. 10K is one of them. So let's go.
Let's go. Hearts for
I love
Barbie,
that.
you guys.
I don't even know where
Yes,
I'm at. I think
if
I'm.
if you're not subscribed to Barbie's channel and also to Forrest's channel and to mine, go into the
Yeah, I was about to say, Terry, we got to
description.
get her up to 1K. She's got a newer channel, so let's get that one
Numbers up,
going.
Terry.
Yes, thank you
Don't subscribe
guys.
to my channel, guys. Don't subscribe. I got enough. I'm
Subscribe
kidding.
to all of
Please.
Forrest's channels. He's got 11 of them or something.
Please. I finally renamed. I'm trading with Forrest everywhere. So I'm trading with Forrest on YouTube. I'm trading with Forrest on Instagram. Trading with Forrest on TikTok, but I don't post anything on TikTok. So finally, stopped being an old man and updated my handles.
Yeah, it is a lot of work if you have multiple platforms to update everything.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's
Not easy. Not easy being an entrepreneur mogul, doing like 10 different things, growing multiple businesses. It's awesome.
I will say
That is the thing. Like
I'm looking for, this is an actual job offer for anyone in the chat. I'm looking for a clipper. If you want to take the stuff that I say here every single day, you know, the 30 seconds of value out of the hour and a half of me yapping, I need to hire someone for that job. So I can post that stuff. So shoot me a DM.
Whoa, wait a minute. You're looking for someone to work for you to help with what?
Clipping from these streams. Clip
Cool.
my stuff, clip it up.
If anyone wants a job, DM Forrest. He's looking for some help.
I employ a lot of people, so I'll get you right.
I was about to say, one of the cool things about doing this is you kind of get involved in all of these little side quests along the way. And I found some really cool projects just by putting myself out there and doing this. Like this one, obviously.
Indeed. I love that.
Oh, someone asked how to apply. Just send Forrest a DM.
Yeah. Shoot me a DM.
On Instagram?
Instagram or on Discord. But yeah, Instagram is fine. Just shoot me a DM on Instagram. Be resourceful. Shoot me an email.
Stalk him till you find all of his info.
Don't do that.
Don't stalk me.
That really freaks people
I
out.
believe in the Second
Don't
Amendment.
do
I live in
that.
Florida.
So the market, we are going to open in about 10 minutes, and the NASDAQ is 31 points in the green from yesterday's close. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It could be just more chop until tomorrow.
Chop City. I think so, Terry. I think you're spot on. But
Yeah.
there is something interesting happening in gold. If you want to talk
Ooh,
about gold.
do you want to share?
I actually literally just looked over there. I want to hear about it. It just caught my eyes like, oh, what's going on over there?
I know what you're thinking, Barbie. All right, let's see what we got here. So there's a little W pattern-ish. For those of you who are bad at the alphabet, this is what a W looks like. So, oh, forget the end there.
That little fancy top.
Yeah, I guess I'm bad at the alphabet. It's a little W shape. So let's just talk about the story of what's happened with gold, right? So we were in kind of this range. It broke out. Okay, it seeked higher. These prices, even though it did go higher, these prices are still kind of like co-located, right? So we have this node that's formed. It came back down, and this prior resistance has become support, right? Not a new idea. Didn't invent that. We've all heard that. So resistance becomes support. It's not perfect, but we can see that it also has confluence with the edge itself. So a W pattern, for those of you who are rough on your TA, basically is going to play out to the beginning of the W, right? Which would be either right around here. Very similar, kind of like a head and shoulders, right? But coincidentally, the reason I wanted to talk about this is that that's pretty clean with traversing this node as well. So could be a little long there. I would have preferred to long off of this. I didn't. That would have been the obvious trade. It's just taking a long off of a retest of this trend line. That also, again, has confluence with the edge of this node. That would be the actual trade. And then once you saw that it was a W, right, you kind of predict that maybe you're going to get a W pattern, then I'd put my TP on the other side of the node. I'd probably put my TP there anyways, but it's nice. Again, confluence in trading is really useful and important. Haven't taken any other trades on gold since whichever one that was I took, I think 2 weeks ago on stream, but I have been watching it. What I need to do, and the mistake that I made, is actually put some alerts on this thing so that these random ideas I have, I don't come back too late. But let's actually do that right now. Let's do one for once it traverses this node, and we'll just say, what is this? I don't know. Node traverse on gold. Let's put that there. Cool. So we'll see if that hits, and I'll do one below now to just say W failed, look for a break lower, right? So it's capturing both likely scenarios. This is a higher low though, right? So we're in an uptrend, it's breaking higher, and it did do a higher low on this change in structure. So if this low gets taken out, it's probably going to fail and come much lower. Just want to call that out. So it's a pretty critical level right there at 33.20, in my opinion. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Forrest. I know a bunch of people trade gold in here, so it's really nice to see. Maybe we'll have to start looking at some crude oil too. I think that was in one of our surveys that people are interested in seeing some gold and crude oil.
Crude. Let's see what we got. CL. So I have traded oil.
Trying a ton, but I haven't lately. It's been kind of different this year.
Same here, actually. There was a period, I guess, where I traded it, but yeah, I haven't, like you, haven't traded it really at all this year. There's just been too much going on in the indices, which I guess technically isn't true. I just haven't been looking at it. But what do I think on oil? I mean, oil kind of similar to platinum. There's some very obvious things that we should. Let's just look at this daily range here. Very obvious kind of range on the daily. I like using the squiggle lines. This is very intentional, by the way, guys. When you're doing this higher level stuff, to kind of just get the right thoughts into your brain, right? So we have some relative lows and some relative highs on the daily. Right now, we're smack in the middle of it. Okay, this is a pretty big price range and time range. I do want to call that out. In terms of where we are, we're at the very bottom of this shelf. So this thing is either going to reject here in this local range, right, and come back lower, do another maybe like higher low, as a low, higher low, another higher low, do something like this, come and traverse it, or it's just going to reject it entirely. But we're at the exact price where, I mean, in my opinion, this would be the first location to short if I wanted to short oil. Just removed my VRVP on accident. Yeah, that's my quick thoughts on oil. That's really all I got. I could go lower, but I mean, I wouldn't really trade this on a lower time frame.
Yeah, I like that.
I don't look at it enough to trade it lower.
You guys, we have 5 minutes before market opens. Everyone share the stream, hit the like button, subscribe. Let's get our numbers up. What should we set the first bounty at? What do you think, Barbie?
Chat, I want your input. Where should the bounty be? Y'all talking about what you want for the prize. What should we do it at? I think we should be ambitious today.
500, 600.
Here.
What are our likes at? I think 149. Let me refresh. We are at 181 likes. Let's get it up to 250 likes. I think we can do that for our first one. 250 likes.
I was going to make it higher. So look, Terry's being extra nice today.
I am. Let's get fired up. Okay, 250 likes, you guys. Share the stream, hit the like. Let's get our views up too.
Wow, that went right for that high, huh?
4 minutes till market opens.
Crude's been a little wild because of all the news on it lately. That's what, like, I don't understand how the geopolitical stuff affects oil well enough to be as confident with it this year. Usually I just kind of watch out for inventories on Wednesdays. And
yeah, it seems like crude oil has definitely been in a range for quite a while. Just like I just keep seeing it around $60 a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
So a reminder, it is 25% off starter plus accounts and also 25% off the expert accounts and off of resets. So make sure you use code YouTube to help support the channel. And market's going to open in less than 3 minutes. We are right at about 20 points in the green from yesterday's close. I can share my chart. Oh, so you guys, my 5-minute orb has lost 6 days in a row. What will happen today? I'll be so sad.
How tied are you to the 5-minute orb?
I'm not tied. I'm ready to abandon ship.
He's been struggling with that is it time or not thing.
Oh, what's that?
I was like, you've been struggling with is that time or to ditch it or not deal.
Yeah, I feel like I can't at this point, right? I mean, if it loses today, that's 7 days in a row. I've never seen it do that.
Well, here are the obvious gut punchers. You do it again today and it loses again, and you're like, dang. Or you stop doing it today and it would have won, and you're like, dang. So if you can just get over both of those possible outcomes or just reason about them, I think you'll be okay. But I mean,
yeah,
losing 7 days in a row isn't necessarily a reason to stop using it if it's within the parameters of, whatever you've decided.
Yeah, I do need to tweak it a little bit. I was thinking about the fixed amount. That is what I really should do every day. It should be a fixed amount instead of like, which I could still do the stop at the other side, and then I should do the math and get as close to the fixed amount as possible. Yep. So I don't know. Do I change that now or do I change that?
Well, for the thing you said yesterday where you're literally increasing your risk.
Yeah.
I mean, you basically, you have to have a fixed size, or you have to calculate what for that strategy to work.
Yeah.
I think for the math on that one, because part of the thing about the opening range breakout is you're basing it on what the market's giving you, like what that range is going to be. And so it can be 50 points or it could be 200 points. We don't know. And so when you're basing it on a progressive bet like that, the numbers will change every day. So it'll mess up your math.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, market's open, you guys. Here we go. It's pushing higher.
Everybody freak out. Full port.
Woo! Full port. Pine Tree Trader says full port.
Push the button.
Hi, Red Candles. Thanks for joining us. Victor Hernandez said earlier that he's here for Bull Barbie. That's because you're the best, Barbie.
Barbie's the best.
We're all the best. This is the dream team.
No, Barbie, you're
the best.
It really is. It has been spoken.
So have we hit our bounty yet? Oh, we're good. So the code will drop anytime, you guys. Everyone pay attention. It will be for a free reset. We don't know when it's going to drop. It will drop on the screen. Good job, guys. Keep sharing and liking. Fading time. Yes, we did hit the goal. Thanks, guys. I am kind of hoping that I get tagged in on the short side because I'm a little biased that CPI is tomorrow. So I think people are going to not really be pushing the buy button, the institutions. This is just like a story I make up in my mind.
Well, if you have a thesis, then you look for support for your thesis.
Yeah. However, with the 5-minute orb strategy, it's like it doesn't matter. At least right now, because I haven't.
Think the 5 minute is such a low, speculatory time frame. Like if I had the capital and I knew you were short, I could throw on 1,000 contracts and smoke your trade.
Yeah.
Because that's how small of a time frame it is. But I mean, I'm not that rich, guys. First and foremost. Okay, don't.
You will be one day.
Soon.
Right, but
working on it.
But suffice to say, I don't know if the macro stuff will affect the 5-minute time frame too much. Just for that reason, it's very prone to just anybody could show up with a pile of cash in the markets and make a fast candle on a lower time frame. This is, I guess, the point I want to make there. I do think though we do have that trend line lower.
The code. The code just dropped.
Ooh.
X-Trends 51.
I think it's extra nice 51.
Oh, extra.
Oh,
Thank
what
you,
was
I
that?
like
Forrest.
it though.
What?
I like
Wait,
it.
what was that word you just invented?
I'm like, is this a typo? Good morning, everyone.
And they think we know the codes in advance. There you go, guys. Clearly,
Karan
those
says
are a
Terry needs
surprise.
glasses. I actually think I do need to get my eyes checked again. I got LASIK like a few years ago. I think it's failing, which sucks. But I only got LASIK in one eye. Did you know you can do that? Like get LASIK
What?
only in one eye? Because I was so nervous to do it in both eyes, just in case, right? If something goes wrong or it's long
What do you
term.
mean, just in case? That's like I got 4 flat tires. I just got 2 fixed, just in case.
Because
They
it's a
do tell you,
laser.
depending on your vision, sometimes if it's not a simple one, that because when you actually get older, Forrest, they will
Catching
try
up.
to adjust your eyes to where you don't have to wear reading glasses, but you're not going to be able to see as far as good. So there's balance when you actually get
I'm
old.
super blind. Like I've always needed glasses. I just don't wear them. And it's getting worse. So, you know, maybe I'll get LASIK soon. We'll see.
You'll be one of those special cases. You'll know all about it.
I'm just so used, like I've lived my entire life without glasses and just filling in the gaps. So I don't know.
You're used to it?
I'm afraid to get it fixed. I was like, I don't want to see what I'm missing, you know? I don't know.
I will say, if you don't have glasses and you need them, everything has like a nice blur to it. Everything looks like there's a filter on it. Okay, we're tagged in on the sell side, which is what I was hoping for. Oh no, you guys, I put it in too early. Shoot. Okay, I have to get
It's
out.
9:34. Still got 7 seconds.
Here we go. Did you see what I just did? I just like
Front ran
canceled
it
the
just
order.
a smidge. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. I just canceled the order.
I don't love that we're not synced yet. So I think
What
that's
do you
part of
mean?
what's hard with me jumping in the first 5 minutes. ES is moving up. It's trying to.
Yeah, they're both still very close to the POC as well.
Yeah. So we'll see.
We'll see
I think
what happens.
This is why I have a harder time. I personally ended up on the 15. I have been trying to take some clues from the 5. I just haven't found the pattern yet. I've had a bunch of people send me some very detailed, very specific niche statistics on orbs, but I want to go run some of it myself because some of it was like older data. There is some stuff like that where you can filter it.
Interesting. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
Let's see what happens. Chat, what do you think will happen? Put L if you think this trade will lose. Put win if you W if you think the trade will win.
I'm keeping it interesting.
Yeah. Tiger
F in the
Sleep
chat,
said
fancy.
win. Bob said lose. I'm seeing a mix.
We'll see. I can see there being a mix because the market is not really decided yet. The flow has been moving a little bit lower, but I'm still seeing a lot of mixed conditions, so I'm not really trusting it yet. It's not really strong. I tried to get a sense of, you talk about the old school traders, about what it was like pit trading and how they could catch the vibes when things first opened. And I try to do that a little bit watching the opening candles and things, but it's not giving us anything right now.
No.
Something I used to look at quite a bit was the X's. Let's take a look at XLV. So these are these sector funds, by the way, for anybody who hasn't looked at the X's. This is XLV pushing higher. XLK is another one, and then XLF is the financial sector. So the X's can be useful. I haven't looked at them recently, to be honest. And by recently, I mean probably like the last year. I used to have these up, just like all of the X's next to the indices up at all times. You'll see divergences, like especially like, let's just say XLK, right? XLK and F, right? So tech and finance. like it can give you intuition around why like NQ and ES are diverged sometimes, right? Between like the financial sector or tech. NQ is heavily weighted in tech, just for a frame of reference. So check these out if you're an index trader, like I am, right? If you're trading ES, if you're trading NQ, could be useful information there. Also, same, just like the other things, right? The pivots on here can also have confluence with the pivot on like the VIX and whatever index you're trading, right? So VIX is coincidentally back at a pivot again, right? It's back at the 17 level. We rejected it nicely the first tap when we came back down here. So it can be another kind of chart that you look at to help you like snipe your entries in the market, right? When you're looking for the possible edges there. Again, like I said, I don't really watch them anymore, but I used to religiously.
Thanks, Forrest.
You're welcome, Terry.
We are pushing higher towards the high of the first 5-minute candle. NASDAQ is up 40 points from yesterday's close. I don't know. We might get tagged on the long side. So this is interesting how, oh, there we are. We're in.
Oh.
We're going.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah,
pushing. Maybe there's a tweet. That'd be
we do
pretty
some
awesome.
ECB. You want me? I can read the ECB news.
Yes, please.
I don't know this guy's name, but he says, cannot say if U.S. tariffs disinflationary or inflationary. Hopefully we'll have more tariff clarity by September. ECB can wait for new projections and data before the next move.
Can't tell if policy that raises prices is inflationary. Huh.
Yep. It's hard to tell.
Huh.
Hard to tell. So I'm going to move my stop. There we go.
The nice thing about the 5-minute trade, and I think that why you like it, is it happens a lot faster. So you're going to know sooner if you're going to fail or not. So this is another point about that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in chat that like always want to see a trade, right? And this is kind of the way it is. The more often you trade, the more you're going to hit, the more you're going to have losses. So that's why it's like someone who trades slower like Forrest doesn't want that in his trading. That's not his trading personality.
Yeah, when you trade like me, you wait all week, you just get in that one trade, and then you still lose anyway. So,
oh,
but no, it's a different mentality, and I think it's the point that I'm trying to make is sometimes you don't always want to get a trade every single moment of every single day, and you've got to kind of settle into your trading personality. Where Terry likes to take more hits more often, and I think I'm kind of in the middle of y'all a little bit, but.
Yeah, it is nice that us three we have different trading styles. And so it's nice to have, a little bit of everything.
Yep. Someone did ask me on my morning stream, like how many trades I take per day. And my average trades per day is like one. It literally is like one trade per day or less sometimes. So I'm very infrequent, which is actually, according to my goals, I'll hold myself accountable. I'm still trading more than I like to. Part of the reason I take the number of trades I take is because I am streaming and running my community.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the charts. But if I only traded my A setups there's literally like 4 a month. So
that's really good.
That's the challenge that I'm working on. Yeah.
That's another good point too. Like it really is just fewer. Sometimes it really is fewer trades. That's the missing piece. Because then you can start filtering out things that you don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
would say I take fewer trades now than I did 3 years ago for sure.
And that was on purpose, Barbie? Like trying to
I don't know if I was trying or I was trying to be a better trader, and that was a side effect because I'm able to filter more out. But it does make for more boring trading, right? Fewer trades is more boring. But I can still sit here and watch all the action on the charts and really find that little spot that I really want. But I try to balance it. So, I mean, I'm in different moods sometimes too. Sometimes I'm ready to go hit all these little scalps and just get every little swing. And sometimes my brain can't handle that fast action. And I just want to take it real easy and slow. And so I try to do both, but I don't put pressure on myself every day to scalp if I'm just not feeling it. that I'm going to slow down and really just wait for those bigger setups.
Yeah.
I will say when I was scalping, that's when I had, so I have like an ultra wide monitor, right? And I would just have like 8 charts. I would also use Bookmap, right? So when I'm in scalp mode, like I have a different set of tools, I would say,
Yeah.
for that real time kind of like, absorbing the market. But now, yeah, like I'm so ingrained in like the system that I've developed where like I just honestly, it took a long time, I'll say this, guys, but like I can honestly say that I really do not care about what's happening until market hits like the prices that I care about or the setups that I have. But it took a while to get there. I will be very, very honest. But it's just like I've made and lost, so much money at this point, and it's like at some point I'm just like you were saying, like it's less exciting, but I really enjoy the minutia of trading. Like I like doing research. I like building tools to help me do research. I spend a lot of
But
time.
that's like solving the puzzle, and you have to slow down to solve those little puzzles. It is a different skill than scalping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the goal, exciting thing to me is like having a plan and then seeing it like work out masterfully and then making a shit ton of money. So it's like, yes, it's slower, but I feel like I have a strong sense of control as a trader. Like I feel like I have a machine, and when I press the button, money comes out. Whereas when I started, it felt much more like shit. So
yeah. It felt very more, I guess frantic is the word that I would say in the early times compared to now. Like, I don't feel frantic and stressed about every little candle, but I understand that candles do what candles do, and that comes from time in front of the screen.
Oh, should we switch over to Barbie's chart? You might get tagged in. If I get tagged out on the losing side, Barbie will get tagged in on the hopefully winning side. You guys, I might need a therapy session after today if this loses.
Well, we'll add another hour to the show for trader therapy.
Right? Okay, I'm down about $200. Someone said I'm down a lot. Right now I'm down about $210. That's not too bad. With 7 micros.
In the right account here
I can stomach that.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. I think most people are kind of on to this now. I got these orders in. I have order flow, what is it called? Order flow decorator installed on, this is Ninja Trader, and it'll show you either how many ticks or how much money your take profits are worth. I will tell you on my other charts, I made this chart for the stream because on my other charts, I just have it by ticks, but I wanted to make the point because everyone was saying that these stops are really wide. And I was just making the very simple point that if you use micros, it's really easy to fix that problem. So if you see that pop up, that's what that is. But I do want to point out that actually kind of psychs me out. So I watch on a different chart. But we'll see. We'll see if
like
anything
you don't
happens
like seeing your P&L.
Yeah, I don't like trading with the dollar amounts because for me, I mean, we all have like money issues, right? We grew up, you can't afford that. That's too expensive. Like we have all of this like baggage about money in our brains. And so for me, I don't think of this as money. Money I use to spend on things. I go buy groceries and gas and everything with money. This is trading funds. This is the funds that I use to conduct my business, which I then get paid money from. But it's just like a mental thing for me to separate the money from the funds a little bit. I keep my charts in ticks.
Yeah. I highly advise to have either ticks or like some number not dollar related or like nothing at all. My trading improved dramatically when I removed, and don't have your P&L off to the side either. Like, do not look at it.
I keep that in ticks also, but I like the ticks because it gives me some perspective, so I know if this stop is really reasonable. But at the same time, like I don't want to be thinking about the money because the money I translate into, that can pay for that, or and I don't want to be thinking about this trade is what's going to pay for that or not.
Yeah, and there's a quick, can I get give me the stream privileges. I'm gonna do a quick little example for the squad.
Go for it, Forrest.
All right, so let's say that I'm a time traveler and I can go back to this morning and I go long here, right? and I go long here. All right, cool. Oh, two virtual longs here. And I think there's no way the market's going to go below this low. Okay. Does it matter, chat, if I watch this or not? Right. Let's say I put my TP up here. It doesn't matter. The thing are, like, so these are 2 full contracts. You can see here that I would lose $2,500 if I'm wrong. But what happened is, though, is that halfway, people, I'll be red, like, you know, you'd be red like $1,300 or whatever. Maybe it walks down a little bit. Okay, market walks down a little bit before it continues. But you don't really need to matter. So, like, once you have your thesis, like, I'm all about testing the thesis. I want to see if my idea works out or not. So there's a price where my idea 100% fails. I've decided it's this price. And then I have my TP, right? And so if you're just testing your idea, the key here is to trade small enough leverage, right? Maybe instead of, you know, doing 2 contracts, I need to do 1, or I need to go to micros, right? But you need to trade as small as possible to where you can literally not care how close this gets, right? If this gets 1 tick away from this price, it doesn't matter, because my thesis doesn't fail until it hits this price. If I think my thesis fails like up here, then I should move my stop up here or up here, right? But you should put your stop where your thesis fails, not where it's a scary amount of money. I think that's probably the most common mistake that I see new traders make, is they base their stop off of dollar amount and not trade ideas. Okay, if I
Yes.
give you a great trade idea, you need to figure out what amount of risk is going to let you survive that trade idea, right? Or if you give yourself a trade idea, is probably a better way to put it. Not like, oh crap, I got a good trade idea, then you go 10 contracts, now you're sweating, you know, a small amount of drawdown, because the market's doing its normal move. So
Sweating
just wanted
like
to call
3
that out.
points.
Exactly.
That was me this morning. You guys, I am honest about my trading journey, where I'm at, right? I think a lot of people listening experience that, like, where we get into a trade and we don't necessarily think about the losing side of it. We just think about the winning side, because it's like, well, I think about the losing side. I mean, it's so depressing. I only want to
That's
think
not going to
about the
happen.
winning side.
Really,
that-
it can't happen.
Yeah, that's not good trading and not the good habits that we want. So
And
that
I don't
is
know
something
who
I work on.
I don't know who else trades options, but I think that's a lesson that I got from the options market a lot too, because you can't base your stops based on premium just because of the way the deltas and everything works. You really have to watch the chart and stop out when the chart stops out, not when your premium stops out. And that was a big eye opener for me that I carried into futures.
Yep.
Yeah, basing it on the chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, options is a whole different game. I had a crazy. So I traded when I was scalping options. I was trading with Interactive Brokers, which has really good macro support. But I had like macros for everything. I had multiple lot sizes. Like,
I love their
flat,
algos.
like, just for like managing entries and exits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keeping slippage out of the equation and all that.
Yeah.
I always run their algos on my orders.
Very important. Coincidentally, another what's the name of the broker? Fidelity. I will say their app sucks, but they have their algos around trade management are actually very useful and good as well.
Right, because there's the strategy side of trading, but then there's also the trade management and money management. Like, okay, how much are you betting? How often? Like, how much are you putting on? How much are you risking? How much is take profit? It's not just about the strategy. I think a lot of people who are first learning and intermediate traders, like, we're looking for the winning strategy constantly. Like, where is the holy grail? Like, what strategy can make the most money? And you can give someone a strategy and then someone else is trading the exact same strategy, but based on their money management, you might have 2 completely different results.
I see that in the Discord all the time because everyone's trading the same levels and there's different levels of success with it. So
Yeah,
the trade management, the entry management, all that, you cannot sleep on that stuff.
let's set the next bounty. Oh wait, Barbie, you are about to get tagged in, I believe. My trade is in the green, about 120 points. Ooh, close to 200.
Yeah.
All right, not points, but
is.
$200. $160
So don't
now.
freak out about my bracket. I have an arbitrary bracket, and then I move it.
You're in. We're on the same side. Woohoo!
Finally.
Finally.
So what we were talking about before we even started messing with this on stream is when they both work out, it's usually a bigger, badder trade. So
Yes, it is. Hopefully we get, it would be nice if we get 40 points more green. Is anyone long right now? Put in L if you're long in chat. Mike X said, let's go.
Thanks, Mike. Thank Mike X.
I see lots of longs.
he's here every day too.
Emma's long.
Shout out to all the day ones.
Bob
and the day
is long.
This is your first day.
Shout out to the first dayers.
I sent all the day ones, the day twos. But if today is your first day, shout out to you as well. Welcome to the party.
Shout out to you guys. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, and share our stream. What should we set the next bounty at?
What are our metrics at? What are we doing?
We're doing
some more watching. I think we need to share in Discords and social media.
570 people are watching live right now, and we have 423 likes. I see chat says 700 viewers, 500 likes, 1,000, 700, 1,000.
Let's do like 650 likes.
650. I think we can do that for sure. We're already at 430. Chat, should we set it at 650? 650 likes. Yeah, let's do it.
Someone said 800.
That's right. I think chat's good with it.
Yeah, I see yes. Lots of yeses. All right, so we'll set.
I'm giving y'all too much power today.
650 likes and views. Everyone share the stream. Let's get our views up. Market is pulling back a little bit from your entry, Barbie. Oh, do you want to share the chart of the day with us?
Yeah, I can do that one.
While we're waiting.
There it goes. So what I was looking at is I just had something fill. Let me see. I don't know what it was. Rocket Lab. So the reason that Rocket Lab was kind of getting my attention, let me see if I actually had some notes on it over here too. But okay. What I was just looking at the flow. The flow had come up on my I'm trying to build a scanner. I don't have the scanner yet, but I have the what will hopefully become my scanner. And this one came up with some flow on the 30 calls, which would be right up here. And we are definitely tapping on the door of 30 for Rocket Lab. This is the daily chart. So you can see where this was last year compared to where it is. Here's the year start. So it started at the end of last year, but you can see where we are compared to where it has been. And this is the story for a while. So we're potentially going to be pushing some all-time highs on it. And one of my favorite option strategies is watching for a lot of flow on the option chain. I'll go kind of troll through the monthlies on some of my favorite stocks, and I'll see if there's just a massive amount of orders and open interest sitting somewhere. It's basically the same thing that Unusual Whales and things scans for. And I just kind of took note that there's been a lot of volume up here. They probably started buying some. I wish that I had seen a good opportunity on this a couple days ago when it was down around 27, but we are still under that 30 level. So potentially I'm kind of looking at seeing if I can get something brewing on these 30 calls. So that's definitely something to look at there. And then when I look down at the hourly too, you can see I was trying to kind of target this gap a little bit too for a potential buy, which we are kind of down there right now on the hourly. So the morning is kind of giving us some some reason to look at this one a little bit. I mean, you can see the volume supporting some of this rally too. So we had these really strong candles had volume, and then the volume was falling off for this retracement. So catching my eye over here. We'll see if that one can play out or not. Does anybody like Rocket Labs? I've played this one before, but it's kind of it's not in the main squad. It's not my A team. It's kind of in my B team, but I have made some money on this one before. That was my gold trade stopping out, but it was in profit. So I'm just looking back at the indexes here, see where we are. So there's ES and NASDAQ, both with the little targets on there. I really, really like it when both of the indexes make this move together, and we're starting to sync up. So I like that. So even though this trade is underwater at the moment. Oh, somebody was asking me why I don't put my stop at halfway, and here's why. It gets hit all the time. Halfway, I would have been tagged in and out. So there's a lot of different ways to do this trade, but this is the way I am doing it.
Awesome job, guys. I see we're already up at 779 likes. Good job, chat. And we increased our views too. Let's keep sharing.
Yeah.
So the forum will drop any moment in chat, the link, and everyone sign up for your chance to win a free account. So make sure you fill out the form. Maybe we'll do the spinning wheel again, the wheel of free account giveaway. And what you'll win is a free 50K Starter Plus account.
Ooh. I just found another Jeep. I'm perusing cars for sale. So
what are we buying?
How much I'm trading. I have one too many cars already. So I bought a Jeep and a new Z06 for anybody who's into Corvettes. I got a Hysteria purple Z06. I'm actually getting new wheels installed. I spent 10K on wheels.
10K on wheels? Holy smokes.
Yeah, I always have to get custom wheels for my whips. But getting those installed on Friday, so I'll do a nice little IG post for that. But I just found a birth year yellow Jeep Wrangler, and I kind of want it.
Like bright yellow?
It is yellow.
That sounds cool. I want to see it.
I'll link it to you guys.
Our trade is just bouncing around. Down about, mine's down about $120.
Yeah, we're still chopping around this POC here. We have all of the volume still accumulating here around where the POC was at the open. We do have green bars though on the 1 hour chart. So since 4 a.m. it's been up candle, up candle, up candle. We did got a doji. The 9 a.m. 1 hour was a doji candle. 10 o'clock candle just closed. Let's see. So yeah, I mean, we could just continue to grind up here. Don't really know. We're still within this like major node on both ES and NQ. Yeah, I mean, I just expect whichever way this goes, it's most likely just going to be a very grindy day, very similar to yesterday, guys, because all of our catalysts are later in the week.
Yeah, we're still kind of in the same mode that we were yesterday.
It is barcoding, yeah, on the 5. The forum is in chat, so make sure you click on the link and submit your information for a chance to win a free 50 starter account on MyFundedFutures.
And I like the wheel, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. I love the wheel too. I love the sound effects. I think we need more sound effects. Barbie, you have sound effects, right?
Yeah, I don't know how to put them through here, though. I'll have to ask Marcy.
Forrest, do you like sound effects?
I do. I can set them up. I've got some sounds.
Oh,
I have a
sweet.
guy.
Yeah, you probably have. I don't know how to put it through to the stream, though. We'll have to figure that out.
And for the winners, everyone who wins from the form, make sure you just contact support and let them know, and then we'll hook you up.
Oh, I do want to shout out. So PSA for everyone. If you join my Discord, we have a role set up just for those of you who came from the MFF stream, just for you. So you can select that when you join. I don't know if there's a link to I'll just put it in the chat, but I think it's just discord.gg/tradeedge, or you can go to the swap page, sign up. So we got a MyFundedFutures stream role if you came in through there. And I may or may not, and by may not, I mean definitely am going to do a giveaway in my Discord later this week. For
Cool. I have to join your
accounts.
Discord. I haven't joined it yet.
What the heck, Terry?
I have to join it. I'm in Barbie's Discord. Everyone.
Yeah, I need an invite too.
I know, right? We need invites.
Join on it.
Okay, we will be joining. And
My
I want a chance to win too.
My compatriot Soul, a good buddy of mine, is another trader. He's in there streaming right now. So we ping pong streams. I've been hanging out over here with you guys, but he's in there streaming. He's another VPE trader. So he and I basically, the system that I trade, like we just co-developed through trading together for a long time, basically. So
that's cool. How did you guys meet, Forrest?
We met totally randomly. Just we were in another Discord. And we basically were like, so we split. He actually made his own Discord. I made my own Discord. And then I ended up just joining his, and we partnered up on it. But yeah, just randomly met him out of the, hundreds of people I met on the internet. He was one of the few other like serious traders. And so we literally just through osmosis, I want to say osmosis, but like we arrived at this conclusion about the markets kind of together, and then we slapped a name on it. We didn't have a name for like VPE. Literally, like I just needed a name to call it. So that's what we call it.
So I think there are a lot of people listening right now who are dreaming of becoming entrepreneurs. Do you have any advice for someone who is inspired, but they just haven't gotten started yet?
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Guys, I was sitting the other day on the phone. This is such a timely question. I was sitting here. It's like 8 p.m. Right? We have a commercial space that we're negotiating for, right? Commercial lease. We have a build out. I'm doing a budget. So I'm COO. I'm also a partner in the business, right? So I'm owner of the business. So we're like raising money, have to deal with investors. There's like trying to unlock new revenue verticals. I have an 8:30 call. So the reason I jumped off my stream is to organize my team in the morning, right? We have a number of employees and like giving them their task. So I'm always, my concerns every single day are how much money are we making? Is everybody operating at a high level? Are people doing their superpower? So I believe everybody has superpower. When people that work for me, I try to make sure that they're doing what they're best at. And that aligns with like our revenue generation goals. And then there's also costs and stuff like that. And then it's just really fucking hard, right? So running a business is like going to sign up to take a test, but like you never studied, and you don't know, like there's no right answers, right? So, I mean, and yeah, in terms of like, I have money, do I have time? No, I enjoy it though. Like I love the process. Like I enjoy it. So that's why I do it. Like I love this shit. I love the game of life and making money and competing, right? I love all of our competitors. We're better, and yeah, I just love it. So if you don't have that burning desire, like sometimes I hop out of bed because I'm just ready to get after it. Like I'm not even lying, guys. Like I'm just like,
I was having a conversation like this with someone yesterday because someone was asking me, they were looking at my comments, and it's like kind of a bunch of people acting like they didn't think it was fair that I would get extra streams of income for doing things like the YouTube and programming indicators and things like that. But at the same time, it's like, well, that's what I wish people would understand is like, no one's going to give you permission to start whatever it is you want to start. You just do it. You do your research on how to make everything happen and come up with a plan. And then you just do it. You don't wait for someone to tell you or give you permission. If it's something that you're really passionate about and you have a really great idea, set it into action. Don't wait for somebody to tell you it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is such a different way of thinking. Like you know, when people ask me what to do or how to do things, I'm like, man, I wish I could do that. I just wish I could just ask somebody, like, what should I do for anything, for trading, for the
Always.
business, for how to improve my SEO, for how to get a better editor, for how to improve our copy, for how to reach a larger audience. For every single question that I have, I wish I could just ask somebody. And it's like, that's what people don't get. It's like, you need to find your own answers. And when you just become, like, when you flip that switch in your brain and realize that, like, you have to find your own answers, then you can be an entrepreneur. Some people it's automatic, some people it isn't. But yeah, that's my little spiel on it. I could talk for days on this. I mean,
I like what you said about it's like showing up to a test and you're not prepared. So
yeah.
you just figure it out as you go, right? Like it's kind of what I'm hearing you say.
If you're
You might
doing
not know
something
the
new,
answer.
there's no roadmap. So you're creating it.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
the market.
go ahead, Terry.
No, go ahead, Forrest.
I was gonna say the point, you know, Barbie made about, I've gotten the feedback too. They're like, yo, if you're a trader, why do you do these other things? And I'm just like, your
enjoy
ruler
it.
is not big enough to measure me, right? Like what I enjoy and like what I'm capable of doing, you know, and how this relates to my philosophy of life is just like, you know, life is short and I'm trying to maximize my potential and have fun along the way. But like, there's no reason when you meet hyper successful people, by the way, like everybody teaches. Like the first thing you do when you get really good at something is you want to share it. You want to show somebody else.
Well, if you're
And
really passionate about it, I think you end up kind
Yeah.
of compelled to share it like that.
yeah. And then if you're in America, you can make money doing that. So it's a weird take. Every time I hear it, people are like, why do you monetize YouTube? And I'm just like, what do you mean, bro? Like,
Why would I
money, but I'm
not?
not trading. You know, like
It's extra work. Anyone
Yeah.
could, that's the point. Like anyone could do this. It is extra work. Yeah, you should get something for it if you're doing a good job. If you're not, then whatever. But
it boggles my mind, guys. You guys boggle my mind sometimes.
That
this is our
includes
pep
us.
talk. Is like, if you're in that mindset, get out of it. Get out of your own way. If you think that making money on YouTube sounds too easy, just go do it. You know, like, what's your
Give it a shot.
concept? Go for it.
Yeah, and I think just to remember that everyone starts someplace. The most important thing is to start, because if we don't start, then the dream will never happen. And when we first start, it's always like crickets, right? It's
Mhm.
always like and
Nobody
then
was
fears.
cheering for me.
Exactly. And that's okay. But the most important thing is just to start, like put one foot in front of the other and just keep marching. And before you know it, like it becomes something, I think. And a lot of entrepreneurs also fail. Like so many businesses fail, but that doesn't mean you're a failure. That means that business, that chapter like didn't work out, but you take all the lessons that you learned from it and experiences, and then that never goes away. Like you take that and apply that to the next thing that you do. I think statistically, small businesses, the percentage that fail within 2 years, it's so high. It's like above 90%.
It's like 90%.
I think we forget that as traders, we are starting our own business too. Like this is a little small business that you're doing if you're a home retail trader, because you have your own expenses and you need to be planning for all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's such a great point, Barbie, because like the first few years of a new business, oftentimes people say they fail because they run out of money. There is this on ramp of learning, of the journey of getting inventory, learning how to sell it, like if you're selling products. And it reminds me of trading, how the first few years, it's tough. You're just figuring things out. And the likelihood of you being consistently profitable in the first few years is probably very low. Can it happen? Absolutely. But like just being prepared for that and not, I don't know, like,
I do think a lot of us expect to beat the statistic and be that 1% or whatever. And instead of trying to be the 1%, we should try to be the 90% that wins at it in the long run, because the long run is what matters. That's where we see, you know, bell curves up and all that. Just the first part of the bell curve is what we want, the the exponential growth curve.
Yeah, like the outliers. We want to be the outliers. But Barbie, I am an outlier. Everyone who's listening, we're outliers because we're here. No, I do firmly believe, though, that we have to believe. We have to believe that we can do it. We have to believe that we can succeed. Otherwise, it's like impossible to take the risk, to take the first few steps. The fear of failure can be so great that it will stop you from even trying. And like, your dream can't happen if you don't at least try. Like, whatever your dream is, you have to try. You have to try.
Love that. Yeah, facts. And like, don't be afraid of failure, guys. You will fail. I promise you. If I could put money on you failing, I would win every time. It's how many times are you willing to fail before, like Barbie said, you stop failing in the long run.
Well, Forrest, have you failed at your career at trading and at your media company? Have you failed before? Have you had failures?
100%. The media company, knock on wood, we're doing good, profitable. We're passing the statistical failure point for most small businesses. So we are, you know, an outlier in that regard. But in most ventures, I would say this though, like this business is like my, 13th business, right? So I've done real estate. The very first, I bought a sixplex when I was 25, right? Collinsville, Illinois. I bought it for like $219,000. I used every dollar that I had at the time to buy the sixplex. I've invested like $8,000 per unit to like renovate the units. I had just renovated all the bottom floor units in the sixplex. I started on like the fourth. It was a 3-3. Started on renovating the top floor. There's a leak in the top floor unit. The unit that I'd already put $8,000 into downstairs, I had to tear all the drywall out and I was broke. I was beyond broke, guys. I had invested all this money in doing real estate. I was like, I'm gonna be a real estate investor. I can't fail. Everyone's like, this is the way to make money, right? I was so deep in the red. I was like, I'm ruined. I'm not, obviously I survived it, right? But like, that is what it's like to do things in life for real. Right?
And including for trading too. We talk about having those big losses and those things that push us through. And you have to, at that moment, you're going to decide if you can push through or not.
Mm-hmm. And you push through everyone because we are tough. So
or
if
stubborn.
Yes, or stubborn, or both.
Combo. Yeah, some sort of mix.
Yeah, if you're listening to this and you're feeling down, or you're feeling like you're, like, I don't think I can get through this, know that all of us, like, we've gone through some really hard times, and we just keep pushing forward. And dark days do not last forever. Just like sunny days don't last forever. So just know that no matter how dark it is, the sun will come out, and things are going to feel good and okay again. Got to be stubborn. Victor says, got to be stubborn.
Yamil Young Millionaire. Maybe one of you guys can give Yamil some advice. So Yamil Young Millionaire said after 3 years of trading, they lost it yesterday, didn't take profit on that long. It went red and then had a soft breach. Ended up smashing his laptop and the monitor in heat of rage. What would you guys tell Yamil? Hook Yamil up.
You can't do that. Like that's that discipline that we have. You have to, in order to be a successful trader, you have to have some way to center yourself and have control over your mind and your body. You are in control of your body. You controlled the body that smashed the laptop. And that's a hard lesson, but the lesson is you have to be able to do better at that, honestly. If you are at a point where you're getting that mad, you got to scale down, you got to reevaluate, go back and get some more confidence in your system. But
maybe just about smash your mouse, Mr. Smith. Sorry, yeah, I saw your trade went against you, or you had like a weird order entry thing, Mr. Smith. Don't let that happen.
Victor said, "Go hit a punching bag, bro." Yeah,
I did I made an error live here, putting the wrong kind of order in, and then like, because chat's trolling me all the time, it took me a minute to believe them. But I mean, that stuff happens, and that's why another thing, if you're not over leveraged, you can deal with those mistakes appropriately and not freak out too. So leverage is how much you're actually going in with. You got to look at that all the time.
That's probably one of the biggest, well, not the biggest, that's a little egregious. It's a very important reason why you should have good risk, because I too you know, basically everyone, you will fat finger some entry. I promise you, right? I always say you should create a system to try to eliminate the dumb mistakes. So a lot of what I do now is to make sure I don't do dumb mistakes. But I have lost good chunks of change because I went into a trade or I had some order on overnight, right? That I didn't realize was like, way off screen. It gets hit. And I wake up in the morning, I'm like, wait, why am I down $7,000? Huh. So that's a rough way to start a morning.
I hate when that happens. Yeah, and we have to learn to forgive ourselves whenever we make mistakes, or if we do something we shouldn't have done in the markets. We have to learn to forgive ourselves. This is very much can you forgive yourself as often as possible, as quickly as possible game. Because we're all human and our brains are not really wired naturally for the market to trade intraday. And
that's why I have to trick myself into thinking this isn't money.
yeah. So we do have to forgive ourselves for making mistakes and for not trading the way that we expect ourselves to trade or want ourselves to trade. And just every single day, just work towards that. Some days it's going to be better than other days, right? Like Barbie.
I was talking about this yesterday a little bit. I wasn't expecting to have a big day yesterday, and I just had a massive day because when I sat down, everything made sense. So I was able to size up a little bit. And this is after last week being really slow and me feeling like I was losing my edge. So, I mean, that's just part of the game.
Yeah. Market is just barcoding. It looks like we're at about 48 points in the green since yesterday's close. My trade is down about $70. Not much is happening. I'm going to find out if we can do the wheel. I want to do the wheel before we leave.
Wheel us up.
Wheel us up.
Yeah, I'm interested to see here what's going to happen around 11. I think 11 is going to be our key time today.
For something to happen?
Are you looking at based on the way the candles are forming and things too?
Yeah, I mean, we're really grinding right now. So we either need the next candle on we'll actually go to a little bit lower time frame because it's so slow. Like the next 15 minutes is going to either be a pop green or we're going to come all the way down to VAL on both tickers, like 21,806, 6,011. And we'll probably bounce off there. Like I don't think it's necessarily going to rip lower, but we have to traverse this range at some point if it's not going to crack higher. We've been at this edge for a while.
So we're going to do the wheel soon.
Wheel it up.
Some lucky winners are going to win a 50K starter account. Stay tuned. We're doing good today. Yeah, but the market is being very boring, chopping. I am not surprised, right? You guys aren't surprised the day before CPI, PPI later this week.
No. I did take a little thing inside of this orb. I ended up buying basically the midpoint because VWAP was there and just taking a little scalp. So it might just be one of those days where we take here. Well, I'll show it on this chart. You can see like we just kept having multiple hits on VWAP, which was right at the center of that box. So I was sitting around in here with an order for just a little pop, but hopefully this other thing works out and we can get the full thing. This is what I do sometimes when the market's really slow. I just kind of see which direction we're kind of hanging around in the opening range. So we were towards the top of it. So when we got towards the bottom of the top of it for a little pop. But I mean, this is such a tiny little trade. I'm not even real happy with it. I want a big one like yesterday.
Oh,
so that one's working. It's not doing anything yet.
Barbie, share with us your adventures with Ninja Trader and the trading competition.
Yeah, so Ninja Trader is doing these arena competitions, and I'm hosting the one next week. I'm trying to get another video out to share a little bit more. I didn't know very much about these, but this is kind of cool. So you use their software, obviously, because it's hosted by them, but they offer real cash prizes. And Someone was telling me this was stupid because it was going to make my trading worse. I don't see how it's going to make my trading worse. It's just a fun thing to do. We have noticed, because one of our traders in the trading ranch did a different trading competition, that when you do really well and you end up kind of in the top 10% of these, there's people watching. So if you use your actual screen name and things, you kind of end up getting some hits on LinkedIn and things. People are watching these competitions for talent, which is interesting. So the vendors NinjaTrader gets to promote their thing. You get some practice trading. The thing that I like about it, so like right now they have one that's going on with, you get a $25,000 sim account. Somebody asked me what the drawdown is on it. It's $25,000. It's $25,000 account. So it's really fun to get to play with some big leverage too, and kind of see what that's like, and actually maybe get a chance to win some money. So if you want to join the one next week, we're just doing it for 3 days. So it'll be pretty simple, and we're just limiting it to NASDAQ and S&P 500 futures. So it'll be the minis and the micros. And bullbarbie.link/arena will get you there if you want to look at that stuff. But it's just a fun little thing to do.
It's so fun. I think it's so fun. Yeah, it's 25K in your sim account, and it feels like a nice, good size account. And the drawdown is 25K. Oh, here we go. Here's the wheel. Everyone get ready. We are going to announce the winners from filling out the form and for sharing, liking, subscribing. Thank you, everyone. And for using the code YouTube for all of your purchase on MyFundedFutures for 25% off the Starter Plus accounts, and also 25% off Expert accounts and resets. Use code YouTube for this week. Let's see what happens. I need glasses.
We got the sounds now. Yep, that guy, Agoric.
Woohoo! Agoric, congratulations. RR44.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can
Barbie,
do it. Sorry. I'll do the hard ones.
You announce them. You announce them. I'll be cheering.
Jerummer. J Rummer.
Congratulations.
ICT Mastery. Okay, we'll see if you get a good one going there.
Congratulations.
The Pac-Man?
Yeah, I think the Pac-Man 23.
Nice. Congratulations, Pac-Man. All the winners, make a ticket with support.
I thought you get emailed for these ones though, because they give their email. I don't know.
I'm just here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Giaco
I was supposed to
007.
make a ticket. Congratulations.
Okay. Listen to Terry.
Padrino, congratulations. Woohoo! 50K Starter Plus account.
Bill E. I can read that one.
Go, Bill. Congratulations.
Sib Anazes.
Woohoo! Congratulations. Last one.
Mikey with a Y.
Congratulations, Mikey. Congratulations to all the winners. We can't wait to hear how it goes. Please update us on your brand new account. Bob says 5 more.
Magnus says, a PSA, by the way, winners won't need to do anything. You'll be emailed directly if you win.
Oh,
there you go. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, so the form is easier than the other way. That's why we switched. I think that's one of the reasons we switched.
Thank you for that update. Yes, so you will be emailed. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, Larry. Everyone smash the confetti button for the winners, and we will have more giveaways today, so make sure you stay tuned all day long. Hang out with us, with the cool kids, MyFundedFutures.
The dream team.
Dream team. You guys are the best, honestly. Like when
No,
I go to
you're the best.
bed, I'm like so excited the next morning. I'm like, oh, I get to go hang out with my trader friends. You guys too, chat. You guys are all awesome. Thanks for making our day fun. And thank you for interacting. Yes, congratulations to all the winners. So my trade, Barbie's trade, is just chopping around. We'll just let it run.
Of course, ES is like playing nicer again today. It loves to do that to me lately, but that's okay.
ES is working, the 15-minute order.
It's doing better than this other one, but
oh, yeah, I see that.
when I tested it, I wasn't getting as good a results. So in the longer sample.
Yeah, I want to see how this next 15-minute candle, or I do think 11, but let's see if 1045 gives us a move here. But I do think this has to, just because of the shape of the VP here, like this has to range all the way lower to VAL.
Yeah, someone pointed out that volume is super low. That makes it harder. That's why a lot of times, like, I'm not looking for any fancy trades right now because the volume is low. So that's everything that we've been talking about. Like CPIs tomorrow. That's the big deal.
Mm-hmm. And on the daily, it seems like we've just been consolidating the last few days. It's like we're just pressing into a little wedge almost. Well, thank you so much, Barbie. Thank you so much, Forrest, for sharing your wisdom with us and your trade ideas, some education. And thank you, Barbie, for reading the names.
Kind of. I read some of them well, some of them not.
Yeah, so go.
But congratulations, whether I could say it or not.
Go and follow Barbie on YouTube, follow Forrest, check out Forrest's morning stream before ours, and then also go sign up for Barbie's trading competition with Ninja Trader.
It's free, by the way, y'all. It costs $0 and you might win some money.
Yes, it is free. You have nothing to lose. Full port. Do it.
It's free.
It's fun to get to trade a larger account. Especially if you've only ever traded props, it's fun.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, bye guys. I will let you go. Have a great day. Hello. So you guys get me today because I am filling in for Ash all this week. So Ash is on vacation. I saw he posted on X a picture of where he's at in vacation. I'm not sure where. Anyone who follows Ash, you can like guess where he is, and then he'll put your name into a drawing for when he comes back to win a prize. But I'm so curious to see where he is. Let me know if you know where he is. It almost looks like Greece or something. Thanks, guys. So, yes, I am here. Let's go. I hope you guys keep me company while we stream together over this next hour. And let me know if you have questions, because I would love to answer any questions. We can talk about interesting things, anything you have up for discussion. Oh, please share my socials. So on X, I am at Terry Trades 100. So just like my name on the screen there, with no spaces, at Terry Trades 100 on X, and also YouTube. My channel is Terry Trades 100. Definitely come and subscribe, follow me. I would love to see all of you there. Oh, also I am on Instagram. I just started that account. If you're on Instagram, go find my page at Terry Trades 100, all the same. So let's set the next bounty. Let me find out what we can do for giveaways today. Is anyone in a trade? Hit yes. Type yes into chat if you're in a trade. I'm still in this long, you guys, from this morning. Yes. Mike says yes. Al says no. Bob, no. Karan, you're in a long, like me. It looks like a mix, like maybe half are in trades, half are not. Yay, Mike is in long with me. It's just chopping around. We're up at 100 points. Bob is in the 15-minute orb. Nice. Oscar, you're in a long from VWAP. I do love trades off VWAP. So this morning I did really well before market opened, like really well. And then I did terrible before market opened. So I think I just overtraded before the show. Like, I don't know if you guys ever experienced this where you have time pressure because you have to be somewhere at a certain time. And it's almost like you're forcing trades to happen before you have to be somewhere at a certain time. So that was not that great of a morning for me as far as trading. I do need to stop doing that. Rowan says, don't short, guys. And Mike says, yeah, that's a bad thing, LOL. So Queen of Trades asks, what is my strategy? So this is the 5-minute orb that I've been doing on the show. Let me share this full screen. So, and we don't know if I'm going to abandon this strategy or what, because if this fails today, it will be the 7th day it's failed in a row, which is wild to me. I've never seen it fail this many times in a row. So this is the 8:30 Central Time candle. This is market New York opens candle. And then I basically go long off of this, or I go short off of this. And I have been doing a progressive betting style on this, which I haven't done before either. So we're already up to 7 micros. So every day it loses, I add 1 micro. Do not follow the strategy. This is like kind of an experiment, and we're just going to see what happens. I have back tested the 5-minute orb before, and it was profitable. I've seen other people back test it. The numbers looked good. And that's kind of why I'm like, okay, I want to do the 5-minute orb. It's systematic. It is a set time trade, which I like. There's something about like sitting around waiting for a trade to show up. And it's hard for me, just my personality. It's hard for me to sit still. It's hard for me to wait. So, yes, so that's why I'm like, I really want a time-based strategy. That sounds lovely. So that's why I was like, yeah, I want to try this 5-minute orb. And then also, really, guys, I think it's about practicing that discipline of being able to do one thing and stick with it and not strategy hop, basically, which I do tend to do. Like if I start to lose, I'm like, oh, this isn't working. I want to try something different. So such a big part of this experience for me has been, can I stick with this? How long can I stick with it for? Can I just execute it every day is my goal. So really it's like the process behind the results is what I'm truly looking for. Of course, I want to win. This is in an expert eval account, the 150K account. And so this does mean something to me, right? Like if I lose this trade, like that sucks. Like I paid for this account. So speaking of that, it is 25% off right now. Expert accounts, and then also 25% off the Starter Plus accounts. Use code YouTube for that to get that discount. Yeah, so it means something to me. It's not just a paper demo account. So I'm gonna make this smaller so I can read your messages. Oh, it says, Pratt says, hey, Terry, I am unable to see your eyes. Please do cap little up. Oh, yes. Today felt like a hat day. MC Sports said, hey, Terry, what happened to your MyFundedFutures live account? Sadly, it did pass away. It didn't survive for very long. So this account started as a starter account, a 50K starter account, and I traded it. So the challenge, I traded it over 81 days, you guys, which is amazing. It's the longest account I've ever had. And it got transferred to live because I was doing such an awesome job, and I had almost all the days needed to transfer to live. And then if you do really well, you at any time the firm can transfer you to live. So I got transferred to live, When you do get transferred to live, you don't get to continue trading any sim funded because like you're live, right? You're like legit professional trader. You're paying the data fees. And it was so exciting. It's the first time I've traded in a live account with a prop firm. So for a different firm, I was in the process of getting traded to live, but I ended up losing the account before it was actually transferred. So I feel like where I'm at in my trading journey, I'm like in that intermediate stage. I'm definitely not in the expert advanced stages, and I'm also not in the beginner stages either. So I feel like I'm kind of in the middle, which I want to emphasize for everyone listening, wherever you are in your trading journey, it is completely okay. Like, it's exactly where you need to be. Don't feel bad about yourself if you're a beginner trader or intermediate trader. Do not feel bad about yourself if you're losing accounts or you're making lots of mistakes. Like, this is how we become advanced traders. Like, no one is born an advanced trader overnight. No one just comes out of the womb already top 1% trader. Right? Type in a W in chat, you guys, for me if you agree that we are perfectly okay with where we're at on our trading journey, and we just have to keep going. Dell says W, yes. Hey, Gabrielle says yes. Queen of Trades, you guys are with me. Alex, Dingtree, yes. Heather, yes, yes. We are on this journey, and we get to share it with each other, which I love. Thank you, everyone, for joining me today. Yeah, so we'll just see what's happening with this trade. Thanks, guys. DH Acquisition says yes. There's no shame. So, like, excuse me, I have seen some trolls who have, like, tried to shame people for, like, not winning all the time or not being profitable or, like, whatever. Try and make themselves feel better than other people. And one, I think that's mean. Like, shame on you, because we don't treat other people the way that we don't want to be treated. Two, it's a process to get to that 1%, that top 10% of traders. We are going to suck sometimes. I know no one wants to hear that, but we are going to suck sometimes, and that's okay. Like, that is different than who we are. Like, how we perform in the markets does not define who we are. It doesn't define our self-esteem. It doesn't define like the person that you innately are. So it's just a process. And I love that you guys are all agreeing with me. I think such a big part of building our community here is creating a very positive, encouraging space for everyone. Trading is already hard enough. Like, we don't need negativity. We don't need people putting each other down. We need to just like keep pulling each other up. Right, guys? Yeah, so we are in this long. It's still just kind of popping around. We're down about $133, $150 or so. Maybe it looks like here. Let's take a look here. So this was in pre-market, or this was last night actually. This is all Central Time. This was at midnight. I'm not sure what this was about, but it looks like once we hit London Open, it's just been kind of filling all of that space. All right. Should we set the next bounty, you guys? I'm going to make the screen smaller so I can see. Type a yes if we should set the next bounty for a giveaway. Yes, Roman Art says yes. JC, David, yes. All right, let's set the next bounty. I'm seeing a lot of yeses. What do you guys think we should set the next bounty at? Do help me set it. Okay, I'm going to pull this up on my phone so I can see it. I only have two monitors, you guys. I have my computer, my laptop monitor, and then I have like this other monitor. Okay, So I'm seeing 1K likes. So right now we have 767 people viewing live. Thank you all for joining. And we have 836 likes. Let's hit 1,000 likes. I like that. I think we can do that. Hit 1,000 likes. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of 1,000 likes. Okay, let's do that. Everyone, please share this show on all of your socials and let all your friends know, anyone you know. Share it on your Discords, but don't get banned. if it's someone else's Discord, I don't want you to get banned. Yes. Okay, so we'll set it. The next bounty will be at 1K likes. Thanks, guys. Make sure you go and smash the like button and let me know once we hit it. And I will be Abishk. Am I pronouncing your name right? I wish I had a phone so you guys can call me. I mean, I have a phone, but I wish there was a way for us to like take calls. That would be so cool for you guys to call in live. I would love that. Maybe I can find out if there's a way to do that. Did we already hit it? No. Rally Point, we hit it? Let me see. What? You guys are amazing. Thank you. Awesome job, guys. Okay, so let me see. I think soon we will get the code. We don't know when. It will drop on the screen. It'll just magically appear. So everyone pay attention. It might be a few minutes. I don't know. So everyone stay patient and just, hang out. How to join giveaway. Oh, so the code will just drop on the screen. It will be for a reset, I believe. So everyone get ready. I do believe it's for a reset. Okay, someone said you can on Orbs and Streamlabs. Oh, with the telephone calls. Yeah. We'll have to figure that out because I think that would be so fun to have you guys call in. Karan said you can invite people to Discord VCs. Okay, our 5-minute orb is still working. Which account can you reset? I do believe it's all the accounts except for the live. So like the starter plus, and expert, I believe you can reset. But let me confirm that for you. Can you guys hear me typing when I type? Okay, so for the accounts that get reset, it's all of the accounts except the eval to live accounts, which is awesome. So I don't know when it's going to drop, you guys. So just hang out. Whenever it drops, it'll drop. And you'll get a chance to win. So let me know if anyone has won a trade today. Type W if you've already won a trade. I won a trade earlier, but I also lost a trade. Pine Tree Trader said, when did you start trading futures and did you start with NQ? Oh, that's such a good question. Oh, I see lots of winning. Emma won, Hugo won, Brahim, Vanar. Nice. Good job, guys. I like the winning. Yvonne won. Okay, so when did I start trading? This is a great story. If you guys haven't heard me share this story. So I was always interested in the markets. I really wasn't exposed to it. Like no one in my family bought stocks. And it wasn't until I was in college, excuse me, a friend of mine, his dream was to become a professional trader. And I'm like, I don't even know what that is. And he told me about it. And he said he wanted to become a futures trader in Chicago. And I was like, okay, that sounds interesting. And at the time, I went to the I went to the bookstore, and I tried to find a book on trading, and there was only maybe like 2 or 3 books. And one of the books, I didn't even know, you guys will think this is really funny. I didn't even know like what it meant. On the cover, it said, how to make money in a bear market. It was something like that. And at the time, we were in a raging bull market. I didn't know what bear meant. I just bought it because there weren't very many books to buy. And so I bought that, and I was like trying to read it. It was so complicated. I couldn't understand it. And my friend who was interested in becoming a trader, he saw the book and he's like, we're in a bull market. And I was like, yeah. I had no idea what he was even talking about when he said that. So that was the very, very beginning of my exposure to the market, and not even the market, but just like what it even means. And then I just started paying attention. I started watching CNBC. And then Oprah, my very first trade, Oprah Winfrey bought a 10% stake in Weight Watchers. And I remember I heard about it like months later. And I'm like, well, maybe this would be a really good stock to buy because it's Oprah and she's the first self-made billionaire woman ever. So I'm thinking she must know something, and she's very smart, and I think she will turn this company around. So I bought a bunch of shares of Weight Watchers, and guess what? What do you guys think happened? Chat, what do you guys think happened with Karan said it tanked. You lost it all. No, I made money. It sucked. It sucked because I made money and I thought it was so easy, right? Like, oh my God. Donna said you lost weight. Domo, Terry started as an insider trader. Yes. Yeah. Oh, there's the code. Type WS56 for 56 free resets, you guys. Let me know if you got one. Win, David. Free. This is for a free reset. The liquidator got it. Nice job. Cookie got it. Jabuz got it. Awesome job. Yeah, so okay, back to the story. So I made money, and I was one of the people who you put on your first trade and you make money and you're like, oh my God, this is so easy. Why did I even go to school? And but I was also hooked, right? Like, I don't know. I thought it was so amazing that you could speculate and make money like that. So that was my very first trade. And then, so I traded stocks at first, and then I got into futures maybe a few years after first just trading stocks. And I kept just watching CNBC. I watched a bunch of shows on YouTube. Everyone talked about strategies, but they did not talk about risk management. And looking back on hindsight, I wish I had learned about risk management first, and then learn strategy and everything else later. There were a lot of like, the Lambo accounts and people bragging about how much money they're making. There wasn't a lot of content of like people experiencing the journey as they're learning. So yeah, so then I got into futures, got into options, and then I did start trading props. I traded with a prop firm like back in the day, and they had a 2-step process to pass, and I did pass that. And then I thought, oh wow, man, I'm so awesome. Like, again, you think you're so awesome sometimes when you do really well, but it's about consistency. I think is like the long game that we're all trying to get to and become good at. So I thought I was so awesome. And then, yeah, pretty much crash and burn that very first past funded account. And that was back in the day. And then I got back. So then I took this super long break from trading. And then I got back in last year, like in March, April. I was watching a YouTube channel and this guy had an affiliate on for a prop firm. And I was blown away because there were so many new firms now. And I started digging into it. I'm like, my first thought was, I don't know if anyone experienced this when they first learned about props, but when funding prop firms. But when I first learned about it, I'm like, is this for real? Like, really? You can just pay a few $100s and then actually get a chance to get paid and trade this like full account and then get moved to live. So yeah, I went through that journey too. And then since last year, I've been trading props since, and it is a complete blessing because I can make lots of mistakes. And it's okay. It's not going to hurt me the way a live account hurts. So I've made a ton of money trading. I've also lost a ton of money in trading, like live money, you guys. And if I could go back to my younger self, I would say, do not trade live money, trade props, because the learning curve, you just have a lot to learn. And it takes time. Yeah. Someone asked, are you high? Look how late you are. Like, late as in like, oh, because I'm hosting for Ash. Okay, let me know if you guys have some questions that you'd like me to answer. So right now, this trade is just bouncing around. We've just been barcoding since open. Magnus. Your eyes are so small. Are you baked? No, I'm not. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look here. So this is the opening candle. We're barely trading above it. So some people look at the initial balance, which is the 830 to 930. So that would be this high and this low. And we're still trading within the initial balance. And it's already almost 10 o'clock Central Time. So that tells me that we're just very much consolidating. Let's take a look at the hourly. All right. This was yesterday afternoon. This was a nice short, if anyone caught any of this. We barely took out the highs from last week on June 5th on this candle. This is a really nice reversal candle. Sometimes I think about switching to just trading off of the hourly. I think it would be a lot less stress. Yeah, we're just consolidating here. So ever since 7 a.m., we started getting into the range at 5 a.m. So price is just hovering around here. Oh my gosh, you guys, I might need some therapy. Will I lose this trade 7 days in a row? I don't know. Not sure what will happen. Short incoming, no luck, pure skill. So short incoming. I don't know. Dump and pump? Yeah, market is just chopping around. 47 points in the green. So what questions would you ask me that you think I might answer? I already got 7 shorts in. Nice. Yeah, it's looking like it wants to go back to unchanged. When you started trading, did you work? Yes. So I did work at the time. I was helping with some real estate business. And so I was working. It was definitely more flexible. I think it is hard to day trade if you have like a set 9 to 5 job, or if you have like an evening job. When I did work like a set schedule, I tried to work evenings so that I could take trades during the day. And then when my set schedule was during the day, I would try and trade pre-market and then also after. The nice thing about futures is that the market is open like 23 hours out of the day, which is super nice. Do I have pets? No, I don't have pets. I want one though. But yeah, life is just so busy right now that I feel like it wouldn't be a good time to have a pet. One day though. Pine Tree Traders says, what is my favorite food? I have so many. I like all foods. All the delicious foods. I love Thai food, Mexican, Italian. I love a really good hot dish too, like a tater tot hot dish is really good. I love kebabs. Kebabs are really good. Hey, Andrew, good to see you. Thoughts on PA? Oh, thoughts on price action. Yeah, so I think we're just shopping around. Market is waiting for more information. I think CPI is tomorrow. Yeah, so I think we just shop around unless some headline news breaks out. Then I think we just stay in this range. So let me show you the daily. Caribbean food. I really haven't had Caribbean food. That sounds really good. This is the daily chart, you guys. So we are just kind of consolidating in this area. The last like 4 days, price has traded across these same prices. Yes, everyone like and share the stream. Japanese food is the best. What does a day in my life look like? Great question. It's very full and busy. So I typically a day in my life is I am trading. So I wake up really early, like really early. Usually I'm awake by 5 a.m. Central Time. And then I wake up, I make coffee, I start trading, I check out what's happening in the markets. And then so I'll trade for a little bit. I always turn on CNBC, see what's happening news-wise, see what people are talking. Most mornings, not too much is happening, but sometimes you can get a really good trade off of news just based on that. And so I will turn all of that on, fire everything up, check my emails, check my socials. I'll like usually post something on X in the morning, make some content. And then I come and I get to hang out with you guys, which is such an honor. And we do that. Oh, also, I'm taking care of a family member who's not doing well. And I do that full time. That is a big part of my life. So I am doing that throughout the day. Yeah, that's a lot of work. And I'm trading. I did have a separate day job, but now I have transitioned over full-time into trading and trading related activities, like being on the show with you guys and making content for YouTube. Yeah, so we're just trucking along. Market is about 35 points. Not too much is happening. Great question. Mr. Smith said, my wife is a nurse. That's awesome. Yeah, nurses are amazing. They do some of the hardest jobs every day. And some nurses know a lot more than the doctors do too, depending on where you're at. Fast Wi-Fi. Yes, I think we do have to have fast Wi-Fi for trading, for sure. Market is choppy. Mohit, it definitely is. I think on days like today and the last few days, it's really easy to lose accounts just getting chopped up. And I have noticed that market conditions, we really do have to pay attention to what's happening with the market and the market conditions. So when I placed 7th place in that Ninja Trader competition, the market conditions were perfect for my trading style. Typically, I like to trade on the bear side. I like to hold trades. And that week was very lucky for me in the sense of the market was, we were in a massive like bear week. So there is something to recognizing the market conditions that we're in and then trading accordingly. So the best traders that I've talked to, I've watched, I have heard about, they really are aware of their trading style and then also the market conditions, which is a big piece of it. So when we talk about edge, I think it's not just one thing. Like you can have edge. Part of that edge is also knowing, like, being able to identify what kind of market condition are we in. And right now we are in consolidation. So this is the daily. So this might be really good for a range trader. I don't know if anyone's listening who is a range trader. Type in R if you're a range trader into chat. I think range trading for me, I'm not very good at. I get super nervous about it, and I think it's more advanced people can do range trading. Vanillin is a range trader now. Range trader. Yeah, so range trading is I think a little more advanced. But maybe I'll try that one day. All right, let's go down to the 5-minute. Yeah, super choppy. Look at all these wicks, you guys. This is not looking pretty. Bob says, I'm a blowing account trader. Bob, we've all been there. We all know what that feels like. Anyone get any payouts recently? Let me know. Type in chat if you got a payout. We want to celebrate you. So Billow said you can't blame FFF for lack of self-control. Yeah, so in the end of the day, our trades are our trades. I do think certain props might work better for certain people, maybe. Like, so what I love about MyFundedFutures is that it is end of day drawdown. So it's not intraday. So you're not going to get hurt if you make profits and then you risk those profits on your next trades, which is something I like to do. That is how I'm able to like pass accounts quickly and make money quickly sometimes in funded accounts. Thank you for it. So yeah, we're just chopping around here. So speaking of personal responsibility though, yeah, I think it's common sometimes, like with beginner traders. I know I kind of experienced that when I first started learning, feeling like the market was against me or like it was corrupt and it's rigged against us. When I was first learning, I do remember feeling that way sometimes and having those thoughts. And then you get to a place where you're like, yeah, you know what? I shouldn't have full ported. So that is the personal responsibility piece. And just to know that it's okay if we make those mistakes, and not if, but when we do make those mistakes, we just keep trying to reduce those mistakes. Does anyone in chat experience tilt? Type yes if you have experienced tilt. I know I have. I'm going to type in a capital Y. Yes. Oh, Wick First Stop said no. Cookie Monster, yes. You have experienced tilt. CJ. What helps you guys with maybe managing tilt. Who hasn't? Ryan says, who hasn't? Yeah. I think it would have to be really, really rare if you haven't experienced tilt. Rowan asked, what's tilt? That's such a great question, and I'm so glad you asked. Full tilt, Rashad said. I'm so glad you asked what is tilt, because when I was first learning, I had no idea what tilt was. I didn't know I was tilting because I didn't know what tilt was. So tilt is a word that comes from, I believe, like the poker world. Poker world uses it a lot. I think it originated from people playing pinball, and they would like tilt the machines. So what tilt is when you become emotional, and you become emotional and you're trading based on those emotions. So like, let's say you have a few losses and now you're trading outside of your system. You're trying to chase back those losses. So now you are doubling size, tripling size, and that isn't your strategy. You're just like trying to get it all back today. You're trying to win. Yeah, revenge trading. Exactly. So that is part of tilt. Someone said casino, tilt machine. Yeah, so as humans, we are emotional creatures. We can't deny that. Every single one of us, we do become emotional. We're emotional all day long. Like if you actually pay attention to your feelings all day long, like we're constantly having emotions. And in trading, that can be very dangerous in the sense of it can send us into tilt. And what that means is you just go basically bananas, and you might put on a ton of risk that you didn't mean to take, that wasn't planned. Hey, Tom, we are talking about tilt. And so it's really important to understand what tilt is and how terrible it is for your accounts. It's terrible for your funded accounts. It's terrible for your challenges. It's 100% terrible for your live account. So the thing with tilt, you guys, is tilt can last several days. It can last several weeks. I think it is a big reason why people lose accounts, because we try and chase back those losses, or it's like we just want to get rid of that bad feeling, right? Like when we lose, we get a gross yuck feeling, and we don't want to live with it because we're human. Who wants to lose? No one likes to lose. And so we're trying to get rid of it as quickly as possible. So that is what tilt is, and it sucks. And so part of the experience of becoming a professional trader is being able to recognize that tilt, have systems in place to help stop you from tilting, and then also to forgive yourself, I think, for when you do go on tilt, because we're human and we do have to forgive ourselves. Do you guys have advice on what might help you not tilt? I know for me, it's right now, it's like learning to recognize tilt before it becomes too late. So we have different parts of our brain. And once we're kind of in that like emotional brain, it's almost too late. By the time you hit that point, it's almost too late. Your ability to stop yourself from making impulsive decisions is very low. So I think a big part of preventing tilt is recognizing what your signs look like before you get there. For example, like if I start feeling like I want to make a lot of money now, like if I'm checking my P&L often, that's a sign to me that it's the very beginning of tilt. Did you try eating dark chocolate to help yourself? Yeah, chocolate helps, but chocolate usually helps like at the end of a bad day. I should really try eating chocolate before. For some people also, journaling slows me down. Joel says, journaling slows you down. Nice. Breathe, have another project to focus on, Ryan says. Yes, that's a good one. So like using the skill of distraction. That is a skill, by the way. there are a lot of like really basic skills that we can practice every day. I know meditation helps some people. Journaling. Oh, Cookie says, I usually clean my apartment. Rashad says, set account limits. Yes. Someone asked, when is Matt coming back? Matt is on vacation. He will be back on Monday, I believe. If you go follow him on his X account, he did post a picture of where he's at. It looks absolutely lovely. I think it's like maybe in Greece. Market is up 45 points. Oh, wait, what did I say? Oh, did I say Matt? I meant Ash. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I wonder how long this trade is going to go for. This one might become a record. We're in 7 micros. This is the same trade from this morning, the 5-minute orb. We'll see if it loses 7 days in a row. Thanks. Hey, it's Gabrielle. All right, let me check. Let me check something. Okay. I'm short right now. Bob, you're short right now? Good luck on your short. I have a question for you guys. Mario, you're in long right now. My question for you guys in chat is, what would you like to learn this week? Pine Tree Trader, what is some more discretionary setups you take? Yes, I will share. Pine Tree Trader was on the show yesterday. That was so much fun. Maybe we'll get Pine Tree Trader back on the show, streaming with us. That was really fun. Bob says, I think I'm going to lose. Oh, I hope not. I hope you win and I win too. Yes, I'm not sure when the next giveaway will be. Should we get it going though? Because I don't know if it'll be during my show or the next show. So we have 15 minutes left in my show. Let's get the next bounty going. And then even if we don't hit it while during my show, we can hand it off. What do you guys think? Type Y if you want to set the next bounty. Ryan says yes. Rally Point, yes. Larry, yes. All right. I see a lot of yeses. Let's go. Okay. We have 617 people watching live. What should we set? The likes is at 791. Should we set the next bounty at, what do you guys think? Help me set it. 1,000 likes. 1,000 likes. Let me ask Marcy and see if Marcy is one of our great producers on the show. Let's see what she thinks. Ooh, 1,200, 1,100. Maybe we should set it at like higher than 1,000. I think the last one, you guys just smashed it. We're already at 800. Okay, Marcy says 1,200. 1,200. Our next bounty, 1,200 likes, and we will do a giveaway. I'm not sure what that giveaway will be. We will be surprised. So we'll just set that bounty for now, and we'll keep it going, keep the show going. Everyone, make sure you share the stream, hit like so we can hit that 1,200 bounty. Subscribe if you haven't already. We're already at over 14,000 subscribers. Awesome job, you guys. And a reminder, it is 25% off the starter plus accounts, also 25% off the expert accounts using code YouTube. It helps to support the channel. It helps us to make more great programming and of course to help with the giveaways too. Has anyone purchased a new account today? I bought a new one yesterday. Yeah, this trade, you guys, we're just barcoding all morning. We still haven't broken out of this initial balance yet. Lucas, awesome! You bought an expert account. Pine Tree Trader, you did too. Nice. Lucas, what size expert account did you buy? This is like my first few weeks of like trading an expert account, and I am very excited because the expert accounts, once you're in the funded stage, to get payouts, it's based on time. It's every 14 days versus how many winning days you've had. Psychologically, I think that will definitely help me. Lucas, you bought a 50K. Louise, you also bought a 50K expert account. Nice. Keep us updated. I love hearing about people passing evals and being able to get payouts too. Bill asked, what do you like to do after a trade goes really bad? Do you watch trading videos or do you take a break and go for a bike ride, punch a punching bag? After a trade goes really bad, I like to walk away, and honestly, I like to eat. Is anyone with me? You like to do some stress eating? It's not a good habit. I know. Yeah, I love to stress eat. It's just so comforting. But drinking some hot tea is nice. Also taking a really hot shower or a hot bath, that is like a game changer. I do that often too. Hey, it's Gabrielle, said food is amazing. Nick, yes, I love tacos. If you follow me on X, you'll see I had a funded account. It was up over 30,000 in sim funded money, and lost the 30,000 in sim funded money within a few days. But I was like, I'm okay, you guys. I ate some tacos. Yeah, that one kind of sucked. Mike said, how? When you're trading really big size, so at that point, I was trading 10 NASDAQ contracts at a time. When you're trading that big of a size, it goes super quick, even though it's 30K in funded. And it was 30K in funded for this firm that I am taking a long break from trading with because I don't like intraday drawdowns. And yeah, MyFundedFutures is my number one firm, 100% now. And it's the only firm I'm trading with right now. I think less is more too, right? Like less is more. I think it's easy to get distracted and to trade like, I don't know, 5 different firms. I don't know if anyone's listening, if you've experienced this where you're just like constantly putting on trades on different windows and trying to manage all those different things. It's really easy to make those mistakes. Okay, how are we doing on the likes? We are almost at 1,000. Good job, guys. Everyone keep smashing the like button, share the stream. And the next bounty is set at 1,200. And likely it's not going to happen during our show. So we'll just hand it off to the next one. And then it will be for the next giveaway. I do believe it will be for a form, or not a form, but a code drop, IN. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Luke is being charged right now. Someone asked, where's Luke? Luke is being charged up today. So I will be covering for Luke. So I will be popping in during the other shows too. And yeah, no, I will be here today. Popping in and out. Do you guys prefer the form or do you prefer the code drop? Put F if you prefer the form, and put for the code drop, put C. I'm seeing codes. You guys prefer the codes. I see some forms. Code is fair. Okay, it's like a mix. I see both. Oh, Magnus said it's 75-25. Okay, so I think it's good that we keep doing both, right, guys? Just to make everyone happy. It's important to us that, you know, all of us, we're happy and we do this all together. Did we already hit 1,200 likes? Woohoo! You guys rock. Oh my God, great job, guys. Awesome job. Okay, as far as the code, if you do, where can you redeem the code? So the code, whenever it drops, you go into your account, and like, for example, if it's for a free reset, then you'd go into an account that you're trying to reset and you would hit reset and then you type in the code. You have to be really fast. It is limited. So however many the giveaway is for, like let's say it's for 50 free resets, it's only 50 people will get it. So that's why I think sometimes people get really frustrated and like they might feel like, oh, I didn't win, like it's rigged. It's not rigged, you guys. It's just because it's limited. But not to worry, because we do giveaways throughout the whole day. And then we also have the forms, which is nice because that's not based on speed. It's just based on randomness. And if we're lucky, we'll get to do the wheel together. The wheel of winners. All right. So we don't know when the code will drop. We have no idea. Just whenever it drops, and definitely don't spam the chat with like, where's the code? Because yeah, I don't think our mods like that. So the code will drop whenever it drops. Everyone just pay attention, keep tuning into the show. It will drop on the screen, and just be ready. Yeah, I'm not sure what the code will be yet. We will find out if it will be for a free reset or for a free account. Bob said, imagine it drops right now. Bob, are you still in your short? I think you said you were in a short. So my long is underwater about 150 points. This is some serious barcoding, you guys. This is a good day. I mean, it's hindsight, but it's a good day to just stay out. Okay, I have time for one last question. Ask me a question. I wish I could give you guys 5,000 resets. How did you recover yourself from the big loss? So that's a good question. After a big loss, I think it's basically to not take it too personally. I think in this game, on your journey of learning, you will lose a lot. No one wants to hear that, and it sucks to hear that, but you will lose a lot. And as part of winning, you will lose a lot. And so you can't take it personally, right? Like you can't, I mean, yes, we take it personally, like, okay, what do I need to learn from this experience? What do I need to focus on and improve each time? But it's not like it's going to be the last big loss I experience. Likely it won't be. So how I recovered was I told my closest friends, and all my closest friends like get it. They are traders too, and they're like, yeah, that sucks. Like that really does suck. And then I think I ate tacos. I spent time with my family. There's so much more to trading, you guys, or so much more to life than trading. It's really important that we remember that, because that is what grounds us. I think when you're dealing with like making and losing big sums of money, it can be easy to really get sucked into thinking that, oh my God, this is like everything. And to feel devastated, even if you have a really big loss. I'm guessing there are some people who are listening right now. And if you're feeling devastated, please know that that feeling will go away. And there is more to life than trading, and things will be better 100%. So what you do is you just pick yourself up and you keep going and you learn from your mistakes. Pine Tree Trader said, you talk to your trading buddy. Yes, exactly. I encourage everyone to go out and get trading buddies, interact with people in chat, in Discord, and make some new friends and interact and chat with us, because trading is lonely, and there's nothing worse than having a really crappy day or blowing an account and being completely alone about it. And know that you are not alone. Like if you're having a hard day, there are so many traders also experiencing that exact same feeling. So Tom is in the house. Welcome, Tom.
Hello, everybody. We're back.
Hi.
Hi. Hey, good to see you back. Wow.
Good to see you. How are you?
Well, as you can see on the charts, this is an awesome day. I think this price action is well noticeable. Oh my God. I think we can fairly say that the past like couple of weeks, this is the worst AM session so far, I think.
Ooh, I know this is a great day for a range trader, though. Range traders just like made like $1 million today.
I mean, maybe, but what's the range here? Like we are ranging in like 25 points. Is it, I mean, can you even trade in this? Like 25, 30 points? It's impossible. Maybe for some of those gurus who are trading on a 5-second chart, but I mean, it's impossible. This is just a huge chop.
Yes. I will let you take it away. I'm still in this short. This short was all the way from 8, like this morning trade.
Ah, all right.
Can you believe it?
Oh my gosh, you are committed. I see that. Okay.
Okay, have a great show. I will see
All
you
right.
soon. I'll
All right.
pop in randomly. I'm covering for Luke.
Definitely. All right. See you soon.
Okay, bye.
Let's see what's happening. Oh yeah, here's my chart. Good to be back. Good to be back. Good to be back. But I wish I wish under better circumstances. Oh my God. Oh my God. At least hello everybody. Good to see the names here in the chat. Let's have a party. We don't have Luke around, so we can talk about anything. All right. Not just trading. So what I wanted to say, I totally forgot. Oh yeah. Prime example when not to trade. Don't push the button. I got chopped up on one of my accounts a little bit, not too much, but I did suffer from some small losses here. I tried to go long earlier, and so I got stopped out. So I said, no, sir, I'm not going to do this. And so I'm just going to sit and wait and see what it wants to do, because this is just absolutely horrendous. But anyway, speaking of the technicals, at least we have some movement now. And the quick overlook here, this is the first fair value gap. I know that's the most beloved ICT hype nowadays. The first fair value gap has been traded through. And just a quick look here on the 15-minute chart. There's some sell side below here. There's a fair value gap. We might go down to the 800. Who knows? Who knows? It might go down there. But oh my, suffering through this chop, that is really something. That is something when you just have to walk away. Hey, Yamil, what's up? Okay, all right. Well, just a quick walkthrough how I've seen the market so far today. I'm not going to go into the London session, all right? I'm not going to bore you guys with it. But there was a drop here. I'm not particularly, I don't have specific information what this was. I just started streaming at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard, and look at this drop here. It's melting right now. Yeah, we are below the 800. What is going on? So I don't know what this was after 1 a.m. Was it some kind of like the war related or something with the China deal? I don't know what happened there. But throughout the day, the market started to climb back up there. It didn't go through. It created a nice level up there. You guys know me. I like those zones. And the 21,917 level I was watching. And now it seems like we're dropping down to 729 to previous day low. Everything else has been swept so far. So the only target this one can melt. I'm not going to chase this, that's for sure. So the only target I can see this one go is the 729. Oh my gosh. I think the market makers saw me coming to the stream. That's the only explanation. And, they said, finally, a 729. Well, are we going down there? Is it possible? Is it going to be one of those days? Oh my gosh. Now, is it me or is it Quantower? Yeah, because I'm seeing Quantower on my left here. Okay, nice little bounce here. Who knows what's it going to be? But oh my. Was this a liquidity sweep or what? Don't chase it, guys. Don't chase it. Anyway, I was thinking about something yesterday. I was talking about this with you guys. Like, what should I do? I have this funded account with MyFundedFutures, and so yesterday I was actually a little bit frustrated. I almost chopped myself up. Yesterday I went crazy on this starter account, and so I managed to pull it back up there. And I wasn't really feeling it. It was after the stream in the PM session. And then, so I was thinking, maybe should we take a payout or should we not take a payout? And so I was talking about this with the chat in my stream earlier. And so we came to the conclusion that we are going to test MyFundedFutures in a positive way, of course, by requesting a payout. Okay. So we're going to do it live on stream, and I'm going to let you guys know today or tomorrow how much time does it take to receive the money from MyFundedFutures. All right, so let's do it together. I already loaded this up. So here we are. We're going to do it live here. So I'm able to request $1,200 from my starter account. All right, so I'm just going to click request payout. Boom. Requested. All right, that's it. I'm going to let you guys know when I have any kind of information. Let's see how MyFundedFutures go through with this. They're going to say, "Oh, this guy, we're not able to push him through. Has to trade more." Live payout request here on stream. Actually, I'm going to update. I don't want to show personal information for too much. It's not here yet, but I do have the email, I think. No, I don't have the email. I'm gonna look for it. I requested the payout right now, but I'm gonna check again if I did everything right or correctly. Payout. Account has open positions. That's impossible. I don't have open positions. Oh, because I had an open position earlier, but I don't have open positions right now. I don't have open positions. Interesting. It says that the account has open positions. Oh, so I cannot request it because this London session, oh my gosh, I opened up, I made $200. And so, yeah, okay. So I tried it. Maybe tomorrow, okay? Maybe tomorrow. But I don't have open positions. I have nothing. So look at my orders and positions. I'm flat. I'm completely flat. I am completely flat. This is you see, today I made $212 and I have no open positions. So I can't request. I guess I have to wait for tomorrow for it to update, I guess. That's all we can do. I tried, everybody. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. All right. No problem. No problem. Tomorrow we shall prevail. Otherwise, let's see what happened here. But that was a huge bounce happening. Huge bounce, 70 points, almost 70 points. Wow. How far can this one go? Actually, what I can do, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to actually go and disconnect and reconnect just to make sure, but I know I don't have any open positions. So what do we have? We are at 800. There's a fair value gap forming here, but I don't want to go into reverse position here. Anyway, I was listening to your previous conversation with Terry, and I did like the idea of talking about how to deal with the tilt. You know, how to deal with the tilt, and I think it's pretty important. It is very important to deal with that. And let me just try one more thing here real quick. Yeah, I have no open positions. Yeah, just wanted to make sure. Okay. Yeah, okay. It says the same message. So with going on tilt, like, it is so hard, and I think it's the most frustrating feeling in trading. You know, that's just so annoying. Like, I actually, like Terry was saying, I just hate to look in the mirror when I go on tilt. Like, I would say, what can you do? Like, drink a whiskey or a vodka or a palinka, but yeah, don't do it. Don't do alcohol like that. So, but obviously you have to set up some rules. We talked about this, like daily loss limits. Like, you don't necessarily have to go for like to wait for your daily loss limit to be hit, or you don't necessarily have to wipe out your account. There are some tricks that you can do if you're trading. I mean, on certain platforms can make you to close positions, but you know, you can override that in some ways. But I would say you have to set up some kind of a mental stop. It doesn't, for example, on a 50K account, you should not go down to $1,200, for example, on the starter account, right? Like, that's just too much. I would say on a 50K account, have a mental stop somewhere around $600 or $700. But how to get away from the account, how to stop yourself. The only way you can stop yourself, if you build up enough confidence in your trading model, or in your entries, right? Or in your targets, in your analysis, in your daily analysis. That's the only thing that's going to help you to be able to get stronger and stronger and be able to walk away. But man, dealing with the tilt, oh my God, that's the hardest way. I mean, the biggest loss I had when I was on tilt, I lost on multiple accounts, and it was like, not now, it was quite a few months ago, and I'm not going to say names, but it was with other props as well. But I was copy trading quite a few accounts, and I was at payout level, and all I had to do is just wait one more day. Anyway, I lost $5,000, in about 10 to 15 minutes. And that was my biggest mistake. Maybe some of you guys lost more or less, but for me, that was the feeling I had. And that was a Friday. That was so bad. I just couldn't look in the mirror. I just couldn't look in the mirror. Like, what have I done? I built up those accounts, working on those for weeks and weeks. All the sweat, all the time, all the energy just goes out in like 10 to 15 minutes. I think of course, we are trading the prop industry. So we are trading prop accounts. But I think the biggest loss, and that's what I think when I go on tilt, the biggest loss that actually hurts me when I go on tilt is not particularly the money. For example, I will be able to pull out $1,200 from this account, which is awesome. And I will be patient enough for tomorrow to try it again. But I think it's not the money, the pain, the cause of the pain is actually the time and the energy you put in to the account. Like, you're nourishing it, you're building it up slowly, you're putting your energy, your time, your effort, your analysis. So you shouldn't be sorry about the money, but the money will follow. The money will come once you look for the trades. But all that time, I think the biggest value right now, it doesn't matter which size account you trade. It can be a 50K, it can be a 150K, whatever. I think it's the time. That's what I think. The time and the energy that you put in. So when I started out with prop firms, I really, just like maybe many of you, hopefully not too many of you, I burned myself with quite a few evaluation accounts. And I was going through the same exact pain. Like, I would say more time than nowadays, more times than nowadays. But you sacrifice your time. You're not spending that time maybe with your family, with your spouse, or whatever. And I think that time is the most valuable. And so when you're going on tilt, you have to think about that and not about the money. Like, how much energy and time you put in there. Even those days when you were not even pulling the trigger, right? You were not even pulling the trigger. And I think those days are the ones that also counts. Like, when you were just sitting at your computer, you were watching this price action right here, and you decided not to pull the trigger. Now imagine you are sitting here, like Terry was so committed that she put in a lot of energy to that short, and I hope that she got that trade. I think she got it. Obviously, she got that trade. And so you were sitting here throughout all this crappy price action, and finally, maybe you got your trade, or maybe you were strong enough not to pull the trigger, and that also counts. And man, that feels so bad when you just throw out all that time. So basically, when you go on tilt, you're just flushing out all that time and energy that you build up your confidence by not pulling the trigger here in this chop zone. That feels so bad. So when I was actually feeling like a zombie in Walking Dead, and I lost those accounts, I wasn't immediately thinking about the money. I was thinking about all that time, because I think it was in this year, January. And I was building those accounts through November, December, and maybe a little bit in October. So I was building up those accounts, and almost 3 months of work went out the window in like 15 minutes or something, 10 to 15 minutes. And man, the pain, I think it was because of the time and the energy. Anyway, but I'm also curious how you guys are dealing with the tilt. Josh, I know you've seen me somewhere. I was the stunt double of Tom Cruise, most likely in the movies he made like in the 90s, in the early 2000s. So Mic drop. But anyway. All right. By the way, what the heck is going on here? We are just recovering from this drop. I was talking about that zone at 917.50. Yeah, Josh, I know. I was in Mission Impossible, actually. So we do have an alert here at 914.75. I think that's the drawn liquidity, by the way, especially after this sweep. But oh my, this here is just super crazy. If this is the accumulation and this is the manipulation, then the distribution could be way up there, up in the 900s, right? I mean, that's what I would say. Actually, I'm kind of thinking maybe to have a very small position on a evaluation account, maybe. Kind of thinking about that. 914.50. Yeah, we'll see. I opened up a small position on a MyFundedFutures eval here because why not? I'm targeting 914.50. I'm going to add a little bit more to this position once it goes down to the 830s. And that's it. That's what I'm going to do. So I believe that this accumulation was followed by this manipulation. Distribution should be way up there. Way up there. Actually, up above the midnight level, maybe even higher. But anyway, we'll see. Maybe it's going to happen in the PM session. It's just going to be a small position for now. Okay. Okay. Hey, NQ Sniper, what up? How can we hold on to winning trade for longer? Size down, definitely. That's the best thing to do. Size down your position. I know it sounds crazy, but most of my payouts came from trading micros, anywhere between 2 to 10 micros, depending on how volatile the market is. But just size it down. That's what you need to do. My day so far, Josh, is I have another funded account. I am down a few $100 today overall. So I'm not going to push it on the funded. I have this MyFundedFutures funded account that I really wanted to take the payout because I need to fix the BMW. So Pine Tree Trader, do you like collagen peptides? Yeah, I do that. I do. It's genetics, you know. And of course, because I told you I was the stunt double of Tom Cruise, well, you know, he's doing all that Scientology stuff, so he taught me some tricks. But anyway, yeah, I told you. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you that. But in my stream, I was talking about this. When I was in the military, they called me Babyface. When I was 23 years old. Anyway, so I think I would like to call out officially that 914.50 is going to be that level that I think this market's going to go to, maybe in the PM session. But man, I am just so convinced that this accumulation has this manipulation, and then we should have the distribution higher. I'm definitely not going to look for shorts. So anyway, what I meant to say is, oh, this one is going nicely. Okay. So size down the position and you will be able to hold longer. Now, the problem is when you're oversizing the position, I mean, that's what most of us do, even me, oversizing positions. What's the problem when you're oversizing a position? Actually, a good topic there. Oversizing a position is going to make you go on tilt much faster. It's going to make you second guess yourself all the time. Why? Because oversizing a position is definitely, like, for example, go with minis. or there's two things you can do. If you're not using tight stops, then obviously sooner or later, and it's going to happen, it's inevitable, sooner or later, you're going to have, maybe this was, for example, this was news here, for example, and you were in a long position, whatever, you wanted to scalp this market, like you said, okay, I'm going to get into a long here, and you're just going to get wiped here. This one is going to wipe your account if you go in with a wider stop. So if you go with tight stop, I just don't believe that there's too many people out there, and I hope there is. I just don't believe that there's too many people who can go with like tight stop. I'm talking about like 5 to 10 points, maybe 12 points on the NASDAQ on a mini with minis. I think it's impossible to be long-term profitable with that. That's what scalpers are doing, I know. And there are very good scalpers out there. I salute to those guys or gals. But, you know, I just can't do it. And once you're in a it's much fast. You're going to go into a losing streak much faster. Much faster, even if your analysis is correct. And that's why I said yesterday, just a second, Mr. Smith is saying, tight stops are sometimes a killer. Hard to read market, hard volatility, but I've seen so many traders go my way after. That's panicking out. Exactly. So the thing is, it's super easy to get to a losing streak with oversizing. Even if your analysis is correct. For example, my analysis was telling me throughout the whole AM session on my stream, we were talking about it a lot, that we should see 914 sometime today, maybe in the PM session. That's what we were talking about. Now, how we're going to get there, I have no idea yet, because this chop suey fest, obviously, I was also, after I got chopped myself here, after the open, I said, no, I'm not going to do anything. And so as the time progressed here, I told to the chat that I think it's just better to wait out what's going to happen. I was also anticipating some kind of a liquidity sweep, not like a big one like this, but anyway, it happened. But what I meant to say is that your analysis can be correct, but you cannot survive in a market like this with big position size. So how can you hold on to a trade? Obviously, size down to micros. It sounds crazy, I know. You can't make money with micros. It's impossible. Yeah, maybe. But I'm just saying, like, anyway, he's watching the stream to learn trading. Oh, all right. I filled so many accounts. Gave me free ringtone that says stop filled. I like that. Oh man. I like it. Yeah. So obviously, that's the only way to survive. And one of the things I like to do for the rest of the year is to aim for, like, the best trades I like to go with is the ones that I can hold for even for 2 or 3 hours or more throughout the day. Now those trades I go in with like 1 or 2 micros, maybe 3 micros or something like that. And usually my stop is still around $200-$300 maximum on the funded account, right? And I like to hold on to those trades. For example, and I did not do it because I want to focus here on the chat as well. But if I would be totally locked in to a funded account here, I would have taken a trade maybe after this pop and shifting higher. For example, shifting higher, a super aggressive continuation. If I'm trusting my analysis, maybe I would have jumped into a trade after closing higher than the first fair value gap, right? And I wouldn't mind holding the trade, because that would be actually a good opportunity to hold on to a trade for longer, even until the 4 p.m. close. But that's the only way to do it, because you're going to get chopped up with oversizing, whatever you do. And you can have the best analysis or the best entry model. It's just you need more vigor. Go with a bigger account maybe. But
Yes, that is why I went to the 150 expert account.
yeah, exactly.
I'm like, I need more room.
You need more room. You see, that's what you need to do. You go with an expert account. Exactly.
Yeah. So speaking of accounts, we will be dropping a form. Everyone sign up in the form for a chance to win a free 50K starter plus account. And we will do the wheel later today because I love the wheel.
Let's go. We love the wheel. All right.
We do.
So
Yes.
how was your trade? I hope TP hit, right?
No, I got smoked.
What?
I know. I don't know about this 5-minute org trade, you guys. This is like 7 days in a row it failed. It's a systematic strategy, but yeah, 7 days in a row it failed. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I can stick with it.
Well, you have an expert account. You have enough room to trade, so just keep on going, and that's it.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna have to buy another account. Good thing they're 25% off right now, so it's 25%.
Oh my gosh. Now, I mean, yeah, I have enough money. I'm gonna get an expert account for sure.
Yeah,
Me too.
I'm excited because I've never been in an expert account funded where you can take out money every 14 days. So it's time based. It's not based on like how many winning days. It's just completely time based. So to me, like that's kind of where I'm thinking I want to be, and then it'll just feel like a paycheck is like the goal.
Ah, I see. Yeah, definitely. That's good. That's a good approach. And yeah.
Oh,
well,
Tom, can you share your screen?
Oh,
Sorry, it was like a technology thing.
I think my screen is shared. Yeah, but I can stop sharing and try to do it again. Maybe. I don't know. But I think it's shared. I mean, I see it on the YouTube that it's not on, and I see it here on the stream that it's not on. But on my end, I can see it being shared, but I can put it on again if it helps. Reshare. Okay.
Oh, there's the form, guys. Make sure you go
Sorry.
in and fill the form for your chance to win a free 50K starter plus account. I do like the starter pluses because there's no daily loss limit. Maybe I can see if I can pull up. Yeah, it's a tech problem with the thing. We'll work on it. We'll get it back up.
All right.
Yeah. So everyone make sure Jerome says, show them your feet pics.
I can't. That's or they were asking you, because they're always asking me to do the same. And you know, they always asking me to show the hot tub pictures, but that's a different kind of stream. So anyway.
Feet pics are popular.
Of course.
Hey, and Larry laughing with me. I know, not so bad, right?
Okay, so it's official, guys. It's official. Luke is not here. We can do whatever, you know.
This is special. This is I will only show my feet if the screen isn't working.
We can do off topics, guys. Ask anything, ask away. Terry will answer. I'm just gonna sit back, relax. Yeah.
My shoe size is a size 6, in case you guys are wondering.
Everybody, please note that we're gonna collect the information. We're gonna use that on the next. We're gonna use that on the next giveaway. The secret code. You know what it's gonna be. All right.
Size 6.
Size 6. Everybody, Jesus, I'm gonna have to write it.
Oh no, Tom, you're giving Burke an idea.
Too late.
Okay, let me see if I can pull up, if it'll show my screen. Just one moment.
I don't know what could be the issue, but I can reshare it again. I don't know.
Yeah. Try resharing again.
Okay.
Maybe that might work.
Okay. Sharing screen. Full screen. Let's go. Full screen share.
Methodical man said Tom is sending over.
Methodical Man is here.
Yes,
Get him out of
Man's
here.
in the
Why
house.
is he?
Scientific traders in the house.
Oh, right.
Tom is sending over a pair of shoes now.
Okay.
Did it work?
Well,
it didn't work.
I don't know. I don't think so. I have no idea.
Okay.
But who needs to see the charts? We can just talk away. I mean, I'm going to tell you guys, I don't know. I mean, maybe, so we are approaching 900, keep it serious. Behave, everybody. Okay, we're approaching 914. I told you guys, okay, I'm not going to say that. Anyway, we're approaching 914.50. Where is Methodical Man? Make yourself known.
Everyone fill out the form for a chance to win your free account. All right, here we go. Let me try and share this. Percent. Okay, share. Okay, is it sharing? Oh yeah, you can see it. Awesome.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay, yep, we got it.
There is a glitch. Should I log out and log in, or are we just gonna stay with your screen? I don't mind. I don't know what to do.
Are you thinking, well, I want you to be able to trade if you see a trade.
Well, I'm in a trade right now. Actually, I just only took it on a starter account here, but yeah, I'm having my TP at 914.50. I'm looking for a zone up there, but so far that's it. That is it. Anyway, no problem.
Tom, do you want to try and pop out and then pop in so that we can see your trade? We can try it or no?
Yeah, we can try that. Okay, I'm going to pop in and out. Just a second.
Oh, wait, Tom. No.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm the one that needs to leave. Okay, I'll be back, guys.
All right.
Bye.
All right, bye. Oh my God, we got our screen back. So now we can look at some handsome pictures. Okay, let's have a good time now. Let's see. So, ask away. We have the time of our lives here. So, let's talk about the charts. So, I have my trade on. Target is 914.50. Who cares about the chart? We're seeing Nasdaq all day. Like, why are you guys so eager to see the charts? Who cares? All right, don't worry. So we're up there. We're up there looking for 914. I wish I could be playing a song for you guys when we hit that level, but we just can't, That was me when I was the stunt double of Tom Cruise. Exactly, Pine Tree Trader. Put that picture there. Where is Methodical Man? I'm just saying this to the mods at MyFunded TV that we need Methodical Man on the stream, by the way. If you guys let me to do a joint stream with Methodical Man, oh my God, I think that's gonna be the end of the show. Anyway, just joking. I'm gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Oh, this is not the stream. I always forgot that. All right. Okay. All right. Methodical Man is here. If you guys, by the way, very short story. Methodical Man was the one who started me. I mean, he really started me big time on streaming on YouTube, by the way. He also streams. Check him out. So really helped me a lot. But he's scalping, so I don't know how he's doing it. He has some kind of a special ability, or he sees the future. I don't know. But I don't know. I salute to everybody who is a good scalper. I wish I could forget how to scalp because I just don't like it. But anyway, as I was saying, we're looking for 914.50. I'm still in this trade. Oh, here it is. I think I'm going to move my stop to break even now. So It's not a big deal. 2 micros. If I make it up there, it's going to be over $200. This account is almost a funded account. Actually, let me just switch here. Yeah, not almost, but this account is over 2,000 something in profit, looking to make some more. And this is going to be hopefully a new funded account with MyFundedFutures, of course. And so that's what we're looking at. I want to have more funded accounts, more and more. Guys, I really wanted to test how fast MyFundedFutures is. Tomorrow is going to be the test. I'm going to do it. Pinky promise. Live payout request here on stream. I am really curious. The last time I requested a payout was in May last month. Yeah, about a month ago. And it was super fast. It was about 1 hour, which is super good. We'll see if MyFundedFutures can top that. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. Of course. So we're gonna do it tomorrow. I think it's because today I put on some positions in the London session, and so I think we have to wait for the dashboard to reset for tomorrow, and then we will try. We will try it tomorrow live on stream. You know, this is the way it is, and I'm gonna be having a a clock or something, and we're going to be measuring time, like how much time does it take for a payout at MyFundedFutures live on stream. It's not rigged. Okay. Anyway, where was I lost control totally. I had such a good conversation with Terry here, and since Methodical Man is in the chat, I'm completely relaxed now. So as I said, I'm looking for 914. I forgot what was I talking about? Yeah, I was talking about how to hold the trade. Obviously, size down, go with micros, and yeah. So I'm aiming for this year. Actually, hold on. I have a question there, Tom. Why do you use Quant Tower instead of TradeAwait? Yeah. So, excellent question. I think charting is easier, and I don't want to say it out loud, but I do have other accounts as well. It's super easy to connect everything with Quant Tower. The trade copier, I like it, and I think it's just very much user. I know TradeAwait is also user friendly. I know. What's there to say? I got used to it, I guess. I was starting out with NinjaTrader in 23. I like NinjaTrader, by the way. I think it's awesome. But when I switched to Quant Tower, the world opened up. Like when Neo started to see the matrix code, finally, like, oh my God, this platform is so awesome. And so I just stood by Quant Tower over the years, I would say. Over the past 2 years, almost. Well, not past 2 years, but the past 18 months or so, but I like it. And and so I was saying, are you using order flow and advanced volume tools? No, I'm not. All I need for my trade analysis is horizontal lines and a rectangle. That's it. So, for example, here I use for charting. By the way, I use TradingView as well, and I think it's the best user-friendly platform for charting. Rectangle mostly I use, and different types of horizontal lines. I do have I saved everything in templates, and that is all. And I have a vertical line somewhere for the midnight. Here it is, and that's it. I mean, you can use indicators or order flow, whatever. Tips for someone who is failing for 5 years and over 100+ blown evals. Daniel, you are nowhere with the 100+ blown evals. Don't worry. Daniel, what I would say, 5 years. I'm not sure. Maybe you've done it already. Please read a little bit more about the psychological stuff. I'm saying this almost every stream, like Trading in the Zone from Mark Douglas. The Disciplined Trader, Best Loser Wins, The Mind Game of Trading, and we have there are some good books out there, because I think, Daniel, among the in that 5 years, I think you know quite a lot about the markets. I think you learned a lot. I can say that. I think you're perfectly aware of what you see on the chart. I think where you fail is over trading and revenge trading, because 99% of the time that's the issue. So step back a little bit. It's no problem with the 5 years. Absolutely, by the way, it's okay. For some people it takes a few months, or for some people it takes 10 years. Who knows? But I think that would be the issue. So I think you know about the technicals. Okay. Did you use Motivave? No. I heard about it. I never really used it. So Roman Arts saying long to 920. Let's go. Oh my gosh, what am I gonna get? If it's not gonna go to my TP, I'm gonna get punished tomorrow by you guys. Anyway, and let me know if you guys have questions. I'd be happy to answer. We can talk about anything. I mean, of course, let's behave. Let's keep it real, trading related. All right. But I'm happy to answer anything I can. Anything. I'm here for you guys. Dr. Tom is in the house. I'm listening to your questions. I have my notepad here. I'm listening. My God, I have to stop at this. My shoe size, I can only tell you the European shoe size, which is 44. 44. 44? Oh yeah, I don't know what's that in US measurement. Tom, is if doesn't hit you TP, you will be forced to sit through the whole session and listen to people asking for free accounts and resets. Well, I can do that. It's not up to me to do the resets and the free accounts. That's not a punishment. That's easy. That's super easy. That's your size. Okay. Do you use Trade Copier? And if yes, is it reliable? Hanifa, I use the built-in Trade Copier in Quantower. It does have issues, just like Replicanto, and just like every single. I think I can say I've probably tried the major or the most popular trade copiers. I think sooner or later every trade copier has the same issue, which is maybe slippage. Especially if you're connecting more and more accounts. But I am very satisfied for now with the one that is built in to Quantower. I used Replicanto is great too with NinjaTrader, but the built-in with Quantower is definitely one I like to use. It's easy to set up. How many inches is it? That's for the that question. That's for the other stream. Okay. Could you tell us about your trading goals over the years? What were your goals at each stage since you were a rookie? Oh my God, I love this question. We're going to be talking about this question throughout the whole session. Okay, I love this. Just one more sip of coffee here. Finally, a good question. So, trading goals. In 2022, I just wanted to get a payout in 2022 with a prop firm. I was trading with the CFD prop firm. Doesn't matter. In 23, I really wanted to get that payout. I didn't make it. So in 23, when I switched to futures, I just wanted to see if I can make a side income, even just to, if I can make a little bit of extra income to pay some bills, that would be a proof to myself that, okay, there is a rule to this. There is a certain pattern I can follow in trading, and I can go with it, And so in 23, I was really learning a lot. Like, I mean, a lot of backtesting, a lot of, listening to videos, educational stuff. And I was learning so much. I took away so much time from my family and everything. I was sitting at the computer and not just watching charts, but watching videos and educational stuff. So finally, in 23, I managed to make those first payouts. And then I realized by the end of 23 that, okay, there is something that's possible. So in 24, last year, 2024, I said to myself, this could be the year, like last year, that in 24, I want to be able to make at least the same amount of money or more that I make on my main job. So I was working as a contractor for an insurance company, and I was also a group manager for salesmen. And I was making fairly good money according to the standards here in my country. I live in Hungary. So I was making a fairly good money. I'm not complaining. And I told myself, listen, if I can make, net profit, which means like above the expenses that I spend on evaluation accounts and activations, whatever. And there's no activation on MyFundedFutures. So what I can make above that, and if it's more than I make in my job, I think I'm onto something. So last year, 2024, I made it. Actually, and it's not because of my YouTube business. In August, September. No. It was July, August last year. That's when everything started to shape and turn around, And I was making definitely more than from my previous full-time job from trading payouts. And that was an awesome end of the year last year for me. And for this year, I would say I'm trying to push those numbers higher, actually. But anyway. Which state are you? Oh, that's not for me. Okay. Do I have any other? Tom, taking time away from your family is fine as long as that money is for you to use towards your family. Of course, Roman, that is super important. So I cannot state that enough. And I say that even in my stream, that how much I was able to help out my family, especially in the past couple of months. Thank God, and thanks to the ability to take these payouts. I know that there are some people out there, especially in the YouTube space or wherever, in the social media influencers, whatever, throwing out like making tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars per month, or who knows, flipping accounts or whatever. But last month was my best month ever from trading payouts and net profit. And it was so awesome to be able in this year to help out the family. And I really don't want to go into details, but I am supporting the family as much as I can. So Verit AB, let me know what is the question. So Tipu, hello. So that was, that was really, really great. I'm gonna tell you guys, and I'm sharing this information time to time in my stream. Like this year, how much money I've spent on evaluation, how much money I got in payouts. I'm not gonna go in details, but in last month was the first 5-figure month in net profit above expenses. So I made 5 figures net profit from trading payouts above 5 figures. And that was extraordinary for me. It was awesome. This month is going to be good as well. I can feel it. And of course, I'm keeping, I'm trying to look for the expense side as well. And I think this is what you should aim for. Like, you have to look at those numbers as well. I think, because we are in the prop firm business, you have to keep account like how much money you spend, how much money you're willing to spend for your business. You have to treat this like a business. It is what it is. You just have to go with it. And once you treat this like a business, then it's going to make more sense. Like if you just want to throw in the money, because obviously I keep hearing from some people, oh, that this is just gambling, this is a video game, blah blah blah. And I wouldn't say that, because I think that is just a little bit too much to say, because this business has rules. This business has a certain pattern that you have to go by. If you do that properly, you're printing your own paychecks, right? Do you think you should trade with both prop and personal? Yes, I think so. I mean, the end goal, if you're going with, for example, here at MyFundedFutures, the goal is to go to that live account, right? The goal is not to have as many evaluation accounts and as many funded accounts as you can get. Obviously, it sounds awesome, and yes, you can print that money. But the end goal could be maybe to build up some capital, to build up some balance there, some buffer, and maybe do with the proper risk management that helps you with the heavy lifting there. That's the way to grow up an account. Like eventually, that would be the goal. You have to ask yourself the question: what would happen if someday?
Hey!
Oh my God! What happening?
The wheel.
Wheel. Oh my God. Okay, spin the wheel. Don't mind me, guys. Don't worry. Push it. Come on, spin it. Let's go.
Let's go. Free accounts. The winners. So we'll pick 10 people to win a free account. Gurgler says, laughing my ass off. Yes. So anyone who tried to get into the forum last minute, it was already closed because we pulled up all the names so that we can spin the wheel. But don't worry, we will be having more giveaways in the next show. So stay tuned. So let's spin the wheel. Let's find out the lucky 10 people.
Oh yeah, let's do it. 10? I thought 50.
Tom G, congratulations. Woo, woo. This is for a free 50K starter plus account.
Oh, let's go.
Spiritual, congratulations. I like your name.
Oh, spiritual. Nice.
Dave, congratulations, Dave. Tom, do you want to announce the next 3?
Hold on. Of course. Cheater. Oh my gosh, what a name. Congratulations. Let's go.
Congratulations.
You're banned. Goodbye. All right, let's see. The next, just joking.
It was spelled with 2 E's.
Okay, Rima. Okay, the following names are going to get banned.
No.
Oh, different. Okay, sorry. Dev Trades.
Congratulations, Dev.
Let's go. Woo.
Happy Poro.
Poro. All right.
Congratulations.
All right. Nice.
50K starter plus account.
Let's go.
Arsing. Woohoo!
Hit my stock. Awesome.
Woohoo! Congratulations.
Let's go. Vision Power. Oh my gosh, what a powerful name. Oh yeah, it is. Congrats.
Vision Power has the power of a 50K starter plus account. Congratulations.
Let's go.
Oh, that was the last one.
Oh, so let's go to the next 10. Oh, that's it? Okay. So I tried, guys. I tried.
There will be more. There will be more later.
There will be
today.
more.
So make sure you stay tuned. And then a code will be dropping later. Apologies, guys, about the last code being an old code. I did see that. So stay tuned. We will have another code drop and also another forum drop. So
Let's go.
let's go. How's
All
your
right.
trade? Are you
Well,
still in
the
it?
trade so far is still sitting around 900. I'm still holding it until 14.50. Maybe, I mean, it should be hitting that level. I think I'm quite confident in that. So we'll see. But I just had an awesome session here. The chat was awesome. The questions were great. We had a great time. So super grateful. Awesome
Danny,
time.
you rock too. Yes, the chat rocks. You guys
chat
all
rocks.
they all make the show, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You
for
guys are
sure.
awesome.
So any last questions from you guys before I close my segment? Matt is going to, I think maybe he's here. He's going to conquer the stream. He's a super pro. I think shares lots of valuable information. My segment is usually about, going a little bit crazy because we're right after the typical, AM session like this and trying to lift up the spirit here, and prepare for the PM sessions. I try to use my segment to, be a little bit, maybe a little bit wild, but who knows? But guys, this was awesome. If no more questions, I'm just gonna say I'll be here tomorrow as well. So I'm gonna get some new topics, and definitely come visit to Hungary. Yeah, definitely, exactly, Roman. So I'll be back. Don't worry, guys. I'll be back.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye. Let's welcome Matt.
Hey, what's up, Terry?
What's up? How are you?
Doing very well. How are you doing?
Doing good. Yes, I have an acai bowl that I'm working on.
Really?
Acai.
Acai. Oh, that's how you say it, right? Acai. Oh, okay, yeah. That's ACA. I always wondered how to say that.
But I say it as acai.
I would say it however you want to say it. Don't let the people of the world tell you how to pronounce a goofy sounding word. Say it the way you want to say it.
Yes, roasty. Yes, you know that bowl.
Isn't it like?
Oh, are you up 23K? Is that what I see? The 23K.
Yeah, 23,737 profit today.
Woo!
The top account is my MyFundedFutures live account. The bottom five are with another firm funded accounts. So that's the total today.
Amazing.
Yep.
Chat type W for a win for Matt.
Really cool story about this, but yeah, it's really good. These are textbook setups. I mean, this wasn't too bad. I wrote on my stream the setup. I wanted to get this dip all day. I waited for it. Grabbed that NASDAQ dip at the bottom, just kind of rode it up. Actually rode both the legs up today. And the combination, I started trading this morning about 16K up because I grabbed that. And then I also grabbed this to take in another 8K for that. But yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Thank
you for sharing that with us. Just a reminder, everyone, it is 25% off the Starter Plus accounts and also 25% off the Expert accounts and 25% off resets too. Use code YouTube to help support the channel. Thanks, guys. I will be back. And hopefully we'll get to do the wheel again and a code drop.
Have fun with your lunch with your acai bowl.
Acai, but acai, yes.
Isn't it like made of? Is there like fish and fruit? Like what's in these things? Like
what's in here?
Yeah, I always see like the word in restaurants for it, but I actually never eaten at one of these places.
It's just it's pureed. It's a pureed berry. I think it's pronounced acai.
Oh, it's a berry. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it's just the pureed berry, and they turn it into like almost a sorbet, and then usually there's like fruit on top, like strawberries, bananas.
I'm thinking of poke. I'm such an idiot. I'm like confusing acai bowl with poke bowl. Okay, poke is the one with fish and shit in it. Okay, all right. People are like trolling. They're like fruit and fish. Thank you. Bunch of fruits smashed with their feet. Okay, that's what it is. You guys are hilarious. Thanks, Terry. Well, Aussie is the fruit. Okay. Sometimes I have these moments where my brain just forgets stuff. Poke is the thing with like tuna and herbs and like, I don't know, quinoa or whatever. As you guys can tell, I don't really eat that healthy. I'm like a steak and burgers kind of guy, so I don't eat the good stuff. I probably should though. iDoc is in here, so he can tell me to eat a lot better. Now you're hungry. Sounds good though. I haven't had lunch yet. But yeah, welcome guys to the segment here, Lunch Money with Matt. I feel like I can probably afford a sandwich now with $23,000 of profit today. It's kind of nice. I had 2 really solid trades. I mean, this was just, point blank, such an easy day. Statistically, the odds were like 90% of this one setup that I have. It's the golden setup, everything lined up. Overnight, right? We gapped up in the Globex a little bit on NASDAQ. And right when we started filling the gap, right about here, there's a little bit of selling pressure. And what I actually did was I started building up a long right when the gap filled. And then I just basically set a stop loss and I built my long. And then I went to go pick up iDoc from the airport because her and her mom came in from California. They're visiting. So basically, they were visiting there. Now they're here. And I went to pick them up and I went to just set a stop and I forgot to set a profit target, but I just was like, okay, it'll take all night to ride up to the area I want to go to, about this 875 level. And I waited, got in here, got the little dip, loaded up, and then I set a stop, and then I left. And as I'm driving in my car, pulling over the stoplight, I see the market's like rallying. So I'm quickly like logging into my Tradeovate account to try to close out my MyFunded to take the profit. And then Tradeify, the other one on here that I've been trading, was actually like their website was down. So I couldn't log in. I couldn't get in there. I couldn't manage any because And then as I'm at the airport, it just goes up and up and up and up and up. And I'm sitting there like, I got to get home to close these accounts. I don't want to make too much, because sometimes you have consistency rules to deal with, whatever. And I'm like rushing home to take a detour to come back home because we're supposed to go and drop her mom off first and then come back. So it took a whole like hour detour just to get me home to close out because I couldn't log in from my phone to close out the trade. And I'm like, running upstairs, close out, and I was up 16K. And then I was like, I kind of wish it was only 10, but I can work with that. 10K in a single account is a lot, but it's okay because our account already has a lot of buffer in it anyways. But it was fun. And so then I just closed out at my key level here, and then I come back in the morning. Market opens. I take a couple longs out the open off of key support pivots, resilience, this white indicator at the bottom of my screen. This is greater than 0. So the box is support. And I just longed outside of here. Then I waited and then the market dipped to key levels on NASDAQ. NASDAQ had bull zone support. NASDAQ had hedge pressure support, which is both this dark gray and light blue at the same place. They both lined up. Let me close some of this down. You can see a little bit better. Off to the right where I'm circling my mouse, this is my guide. And this is telling me I have long pressure off of blue. The market just fell right to blue. I dove right back in, wrote it up, closed out. And that was the rest of the 8K that I put on that account today. So yeah, printing is pretty good. One of the bigger days I've had this month. So I'm excited to see, but the trade playing out perfectly, which is what I like. All day on my stream, I had this written this morning on YouTube. While I was trading this live, I just had it written on the stream. I think I wrote the words like, I wrote this, crash if we lose 530, QQQ. I said crash, and I put the words unlikely, like unlikely. Let's put abbreviate here, unlikely. And then I said hold. I said this is expected, right? We're gonna hold this probably. And I put like free. I wrote the word free on my stream, and this was on there this morning. And free, I basically was saying it's free money. Not that that's really investment advice. That the market has inherent risk. Okay, CFTC watchdogs. The market is risky. It's risky to trade the markets. There's no such thing as free money. No such thing as easy money. But I did write the word free because I'm kind of a knucklehead like that. Because I was so confident in the trade. I said to be printing money today. The market just fell. I was in the middle of doing a giveaway and spinning the wheel, and the market just plunged and plunged and plunged and plunged and overshot. And right here I dove in. And I closed at the place I normally close at, which is half gap. Halfway between yesterday's close and today's open, I usually close out because that is the key controlling pivot of today's action. And my resiliences were negative to indicate that I might get a second dip. My ultimate plan was to close out here, let it dip one more time, and then take that second trade a second time, but we never got the dip. The market just went through here and then ran back up the highs and kept going. So other than that, it was like absolute textbook plays today. There was nothing confusing, Nothing at all. No short signals, no short setups, nothing. Just wait for liquidity and longing it. There's no news today. No big news anyways. CPI tomorrow morning. And we've got a heavy news week this week. CPIs, PPIs. Week after, I think, is Fed, right? So we got some big stuff coming up. People are just like repositioning. And of course, market not being too overly stimulated by news and tariff stuff. VIX is in decay. VVIX is low. So because of that, market's not going to be too sensitive to the news. It's not going to be volatile for long. Quick dips like that are easy to gobble up and get back in on the long side. So VVIX below 100, which is my key level to, say they not have VIX sensitivity to news, is good, right? And then VIX in decay below, kind of like contango midpoints, the whole thing we do here, again, shows the market's not going to overshoot your pivots that hard. And so it fell right to my pivot, overshot and came back quick. And I'm in. Good stuff. Is there more volume on CPI days? Not necessarily. There will be volume pre-market. The hour before market opens, you'll have CPI. But CPI day doesn't usually have more volume. There's not going to be a lot of volume in the CPI. The VIX would have priced in uncertainty. If there was expected to be some big variance in the expected data. But what you're going to, let me find my little printout here. You have on CPI, the year-over-year estimate, right? We've been going down. We were 3 earlier in the year, and now we're coming down to the low 2s, which is great. Last time we beat estimate 2.3 and a 2.4. This time the forecast is that we're actually going up on a 2.3 estimate. However, the tariff situation is slightly better. So clearly we were overestimating the CPI year over year. We shouldn't be going up 2.5. I think this is just noise because a year-over-year difference is showing the difference between last year and now. So the noise is just kind of part of this, but we shouldn't be having a raise in CPI. The forecast is a little heavy, and I think we're going to come in 2.3, even lower this time. I think we're probably slated to come in lower, as the year-over-year should pick up some of these declines in the trend. So what I really do think is that CPI is totally fine. The market's expecting it to be below 2.5 or below, sorry. And because of that, the market's actually happy with those numbers. And unless we come in much higher than 2.5, there's really no surprise in the market. And in Wall Street, with all the inside information they have, would be pricing in that uncertainty with the VIX starting to rally up. And the VIX is now at monthly lows. So because the VIX is in decay, you can tell that Wall Street's absolutely happy with the information. Wall Street insiders are happy with the information, right? There's likely to be no surprise. Right now, all of Wall Street is sleeping if there's bad news lingering. So the CPI is going to be very mild, in my opinion, and probably continue a rally. It would be weird to see the CPI tomorrow do anything abnormal. Obviously, the market's going to absorb that news pretty quickly. I'm going to say it's going to be one of the maybe lighter moving CPIs that may move internal to the day. I don't think it's going to be a direction changer unless it's a huge miss like 3.0 or bigger, which I don't know if that will be the case, right? Anyways, good stuff. But anyways, questions you guys have for me today or anything y'all want to learn about today? I'm pretty much done trading. I don't really see any other opportunities here, but it was a great trading day for me and just chilling. You see, you've made some great gains. Congrats. Can you tell us how you manage your profits when you retake a trade after a win? How are your winnings do you risk? When do you stop? Okay, so I take individual trades despite what I've won or what I've lost. I try to have no memory of making or losing anything when I trade. So the percept or the kind of like the statement of how much of your gains are you willing to play with, I perceive that as like a flawed approach. It's a great question because I love talking about it. The idea that, because I made money, I'm going to take more risk is not really a smart way to trade. Or because I haven't made money, I can, how much I have shouldn't dictate the risk of the trade. The risk of the trade is the risk of the trade. And I trade only at certain key pivots, and I only trade for certain reasons. I have a little flurry of indicators up here at the top left of my screen for Confluence. Pretty easy to watch. It's S&P, NASDAQ, and Russell all in one bite. And then down here, I'm watching certain pivoting action of the stocks in each of the index. Each of these lines here are tiebreakers. An example is this blue line right here at the bottom of my chart is the probability at which this blue line holds or not based on the stocks. If NASDAQ is falling to this blue line, and NASDAQ's blue line is roughly at or above 0, and S&P is roughly at or above 0, which it wasn't really negative, then it's likely to bounce. And so I have a confluence indicator that goes with it. I trade off of my pivots only. My algorithm shows me where the flow is up. It shows me where the flow is from blue. And this tells me the probability when I get there. Good. So all three of those together mean I take my long from here, and then I take my long with a pretty sizable position because my confidence is high. And so I smacked this with 2 contracts in NASDAQ. I mean, that was pretty medium-ish size position. And so where will I trade again if I want to make a trade, right? I only buy at a value and I only short at a premium. So I really don't have any desire to jump in to like a trade to try to continue momentum. Just like today, like I could have tried to jump in on this small little thing and then took a huge loss and had to crawl my way back. Usually when the market's inching along like this with a little momentum before a big news day, I'm not really wanting to risk much. I'm just waiting for a good thing to happen. And all day on my stream this morning, I was just waiting. I'm like, it'd be cool if we got some Trump tweet or something that just dipped the market to my pivot and then just happen, like literally. So when you're waiting, the universe will sometimes give you those opportunities. It's good to be waiting for them. But I'm not going to go out there and try to force a trade or retake a trade because the trade has to do with certain things. I only trade at my pivots. So my decisions are from here today, here, 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 and here, right? And inside of this box, I pivot it from there inside of here based on this white line. And from this blue line, I pivot it from there based on this blue line underneath it. And essentially, I'm just buying dips. Now, if the market continues to break higher, I really don't have anything to trade off of. I more likely will just miss the move, but that's okay because as you guys have noticed, it doesn't take much for me to make, the final $8,000 was just that leg right there. I don't need to catch the entirety of the move the way I trade. I'm usually in first and out first. And right here where the newbies are sitting here like, okay, where do I get in on this? Do I short this? Do I long this from here? And I'm the one walking to the bank, counting my money, right? I try to be that way. Be first, be smarter, be first. And that's always been my solution. Yeah, they're a great question. How much would I risk of this? I don't even consider it. My risk is based on the probability the trade takes off no matter what. I use the same contract size for the most part based on different probabilities things happen. I use a small, medium, large, but we call it normal so they don't think large, and sit out strategy. I have 4 different decisions I make. In a prop firm, for NASDAQ, for an example, my normal is roughly 2 contracts. My medium is 1, my small is 5 micros, and my 0 is a sit out. And with the highest confidence I have, I'll take the full 2 minis. On S&P, it's roughly 4, 2, 1, and 0. So S&P, I usually hit a little harder because tick for tick, S&P moves 5 for every 8 NASDAQ moves, right? So little heavier there. And on my liquidity map, which is telling me the different position sizes I can do, I use this as my guide, normal, medium, small. It's written all over this based on the different confluence. So it's basically a guide. An example, 1B. I'll take the long there with a medium. This one, number 2. I will take the short there only if I get this confluence to go with it. You might not see this, text might be too small, but this is telling me like I'll sit out if I don't get the confluence. I'll short if I do. So this is my position sizing guideline at the top, and I basically just stick with that. It's pretty good. So today I can do a small trade off of here, here, or here. I can tap it with 5 micros to get 1 total to pivot it through there, or I can hit the bottom here and hit it with 2. Like I did before. So all day today, I'm waiting for those dips to buy. I made some scalps out the door off of this box with the contract. And then here I hit this with 2. And that's basically what I'm doing is I'm just waiting for opportunities. Market's not volatile, so these Vs shouldn't last long. They basically died up pretty quick. Volatile markets will chop around a whole lot, okay? With that VIX indicator and that VVIX being low, that's a one and done right there, baby. One and done, in and out. Low VIX, low volatility. What is volatility? It's the amount of V you get when the market moves. Low volatility does this. High volatility does this, okay? It expands. And so now with the low volatility, just that choppy market somehow had an event that tied it up, and then we're back to no volatility like we were, right? Lightning doesn't usually strike twice with an event, so I might not get a trade today. I'm just going to probably chill on this. Yep. And I got key pivots of resistance up here at the top, so we should be pretty good. Yeah. Explain about your gamma exposure, please. Yeah, so what gamma exposure has to do with is the math behind options. Without giving you guys like a huge lesson in options math, if you think about a ramp, right? And there's a ball on a ramp that's falling down. The ball has a position, right? Like, where is this ball in coordinate space? You have a y and x axis, right? Ball has a position. We're just gonna say like position, right? And the ball rolling has a velocity, right? And the fact that gravity is also yanking this ball downward, the ball has an acceleration. We all remember from physics, right? Basic stuff. Position, velocity, acceleration. I probably lost half of you. Probably like, oh crap, I don't want to talk about physics ever again, right? Something's there, something's moving, and something's speeding up. Well, options, kind of a similar thing. Options have a position, right? Which is known as value. Options have a velocity, which is a change in that value, which is known as delta. And positions have acceleration, which is known as gamma. Delta is the change in price of the option divided by the change in price of the underlying. It's a partial derivative. Right?
I'm happy now.
You done eating? Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah. No, I'm happy now. You guys shared the stream and liked it, and we got our numbers higher. MyFundedFutures told everyone I was crying backstage because all the numbers were too low. Oh, there it is. The code is dropping. MFF. MFFU delivers 58.
Okay, grab it, guys, quick.
Grab it. Let us know if you got one. Let's go. MFFU delivers.
Grab it, guys.
Got it. Akai got it. SBM trades, you got it. On your tab, got it. Rally Point, got it. Awesome job, guys.
Good job, guys.
Oh, Alexandra got it. Alexi got it. Rome got it.
How many did you give away?
It was over 50.
What? 50? That's incredible, guys.
Good job, guys. So make sure you fill out the form. It is pinned to the top of the chat. Because we will have one more giveaway with the wheel. It's our favorite. My favorite.
Wow. Thank you, Terry. I love when you like show up and bestow goodies like you're like Santa Claus and Easter Bunny put together, you know.
Thank you.
The Tooth Fairy, like you just show up and here's presents, everybody.
I'll have to get an outfit, maybe like a white beard with like bunny ears all together.
Santa Bunny, yeah, Bunny Claus. Yeah.
Santa Bunny. Nice. Okay, I will pop in a little bit later. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Terry. I love the surprises. That's amazing. So you guys enjoy that. 50 accounts that's incredible. All right, so gamma exposure. Long story short, essentially what it is it's the rate of delta hedging, and delta hedging has to do with balancing options. Okay, so if a market maker, for instance, is shorting against you and you're longing, right, on the other side of your trade, say that you're a trader, right? Let's give you an example. You're a trader and you have longed the market, right? You long the market. There's a market maker who's in the middle. Say you bought a whole bunch of shares, yet there wasn't a seller for you. So the market maker is the one that was selling to you. They're liquidity providers. Just banks come in, they sell to you. And maybe to hedge their sell, they're going to buy calls. So it's a short and a long trade together, which neutralizes, right? They bought their call from a dealer of the options who sold that call to them. And the dealer is now in a risk position as well. And they're going to buy or sell the underlying itself. You longed the underlying. These guys could sell the underlying. So now you have this big chain between you and a bunch of banks where y'all are engaged in this trade together. These two guys both want to be neutral. You want to take risk in the market. So neutralization, like these dealers have these exposed positions to make sure that they're balanced and neutral. They do something called delta hedging. It's just how many shares of the underlying you need to hold to keep your position balanced. Options prices are based on this this equation called Black-Scholes that are essentially it pins the option to a probability at which at any given time a trader on both sides of the trade have an equal chance of winning. The option adjusts its value based on the probability of it striking in the money and keeping that probability between traders accurate, right? And so the idea is that delta hedging is the amount of volume or shares that will be purchased to balance out dealer positions that are exposed. And what gamma exposure actually is the maximum gamma of the entire landscape of just market maker options. We're the first people in retail to have gamma exposure models for dealers. Everyone else's gamma exposure is the entire spectrum of options. Rocket Seeder is the first and only to ever crack the code of the options feed to pull dealer options out of it. We have a way of finding those hedging loops I described, and we extract information that look like it's a dealer trade rather than a speculative trade. And so therefore, gamma exposure basically just tells you at these levels, you will see order flow maximize. Maximum gamma exposure means maximum change in delta, which means maximum delta hedging, which means maximum shares being bought to neutralize. So when you hear gamma exposure out there, you're like, what is this thing, this new thing everyone's talking about? Gamma exposure just means the following: volume prediction. Okay. Gamma exposure is a way to predict volume, and we're really good at it. Can't predict price in the stock market. That crap's random. It'll always be random, but volume you can very accurately predict. So this blue line on my screen is the gamma exposure maximum of just market makers, weekly options only, and it is a guaranteed high volume pivot because of the sheer amount of delta hedging is maximized at that level. And again, don't let me be the only one to tell you that when you hit that level, there's a huge volume spike. And we print these at 9:30 in the morning. So right when the stock market opens, I know where that maximum is, and that's just one of my strong pivots. So gamma exposure is a very popular technique in the modern day. It's probably picked up a lot of momentum in the last year or two, especially with us introducing our tools to the scene. But gamma exposure has been something that people have used for about a decade, just quietly. Retail got some exposure. There's some software out there in the last 5 years that started kind of pecking at the idea, but really haven't capitalized on the true potential of doing it. You had to have more advanced models to pull out dealer options. But you have to mathematically derive that. There's nothing in the order flow that's like, hi, I'm a market maker, check out my order. We derive that by looking at markets in tandem, and we look for relationships between order flow in different markets, futures, options, and stocks. And together, we derive options that look like they belong to a complex trade that's hedged. So you find the hedged options, and we find that volume. And with the volume, I can find high volume pivots. And then when QQQ hits its volume pivot, I long in NASDAQ futures. My win rate across these accounts, my MyFundedFutures live account win rate is 80%. The 5 accounts below that, the combined win rate is 75% over the last 5 months of trading these things. So all I do is just find volume, and then I pivot off of that based on, is the volume there going to be more long than short? And the arrow on the right side of the screen is what tells me that. And I just follow kind of the flow. I basically just, where's the volume, and I long there. And inside of here, we're kind of in no man's land. There is no reason to predict volume. So it's going to be a little bit of random, right? It's spotty and choppy, and there's not much there. But yeah, so hopefully answers your question. Did Luke show up? What's up, Luke? Is chat behaving? I would say today they're behaving. They're not that bad today. It's not like we're talking about lube and lotion like last time. That was not behaving. The word Diddy party came up one too many times yesterday. But today, no mention of it yet. Somebody says they want to see Luke in a one-piece purple Borat swimming suit. Are you sure? But he has to walk around and go, great success. You know, you have to do like the full Borat impression here. Every time Luke shows up, you're winning something. Oh, yeah. But that's hopefully answers the question about gamma exposure. It is a very fancy word for saying volume prediction. Most people who do gamma exposure don't understand that. And usually gamma exposure models are really like noisy and really not actionable. But Rocket Seeder is able to define weekly gamma exposure and monthly gamma exposure. It's 2 pivots. That's it. And they are so good at finding volume. Market's still random, but if I know where traders are going to be and I know where volume will likely be, I can make sure I trade at that spot instead of trading early or trading late. I wait for it to fall to that liquidity, and I always find liquidity and I long it. That's my rule. Your trades have been Diddy. Did I promise Pickle? He's down. No, Pickle's down in his kennel. I did promise Pickle. However, he's bad boy today. The cleaning lady is here. She's cleaning up the house. So he's absolutely annoying if we leave him out and she's trying to work, because he will like chase that mop around and give her a hard time. Do I have a setup ranking? A+, A minus? Yes, I do. Anything that's greater than 90% is A+, 90% or greater. Anything that's 80% or greater is A. Anything less than 80 but greater than 60 is B. Anything less than 60 is just considered coin flip. People like to give it grades, that's what I basically say. So some of our backtesting stuff is 90% under the most ideal confluences. Under average conditions, most of our stuff is about 70%, which is pretty accurate. And I just basically just wait for my pivots. How do I treat quad witching? So there's no such thing as quad witching. It's triple witching. And since single stock futures are no longer a thing as of the last, 5 years, they eliminated those in 2020. It's been triple witching, and there is no really reason to care much about triple witching because it doesn't really change the direction of the market or have much of an effect. It's a big exposure of all kind of options that all expire and futures all expire all at once. That date's not particularly too important. A lot of people have used some kind of former, I guess, seasonality to kind of prove that maybe it can cause activity, but maybe it can, maybe it can't. Because of that, I consider it random. And I've never treated triple witching like any differently than any other day out there. It's a great question though. So usually I just ignore the fact that it is in play, and I still trade the pivots. Now, what you will notice at triple witching, which is different, is that you're going to actually see that that the weekly and monthly hedge pressures are all going to be nearby. So this little orange line that's like a really, really, really strong pivot is going to be really close to price because those monthly options are also expiring. And so what happens usually is you get a little bit more volatility and a little more bounce between the options. Sometimes you get a big rally and a big sell as people are just liquidating and chasing their exposure into close. But there's no guarantee that it causes a big deal. It just, on those days, I usually just wait for big pivots. And a lot of times we'll span a range. I'll make sure I hit my pivots and trade around it, A lot of times, somebody said in chat, it's normally a low volume trend day. Yeah, it's normally just a day where the market is just being forced to long or short based on exposure. And some days it's a really drastic up and down. Other days it's not. And it's just as random as it is. I don't walk into the day thinking, okay, I need to be careful today because it's going to be different. The pivots are usually touched. More often than not, it'll span a low, span a high, and get back on track to the trend. As 1B was, BL Johnson was saying, typically maintains the course. Whatever course built up into that close that week usually stays. It's almost never in my history a reversal day. It can reverse inside the day and then turn around and go up the other way. But I've never seen a major trend change and reverse and become bearish because of triple witching. Never. Like not once in my career. It never was a catalyst to change Wall Street's perception of the market. You might get a sell-off that day, but it's not like the bear market starts that day. So treat it like it can span a bigger range, and then you just wait for your pivots, just like any other day. Great question. Have you ever looked into Bookmap or order flow? No, that stuff is pretty good. What makes us a little different than that is we can tell you where volume will be before it happens. Those kind of services will tell you where volume will be as they're happening. So people have said that like Rocket Scooter is their baseline software, and then they'll use like Bookmap to confirm. Like today, right? When the market's falling to this pivot that we told you at the start of the day, then Bookmap is like bing, 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 unusual. Here's flow. Here's all this stuff. And the two of them together, one of them alerts you to the stuff as it's happening. The other one is planning ahead. And together, people have said that, those two are like dynamite when you put them together. Most of our users will use us to plan their trade, plan. Do you use gamma exposure? So yeah, the blue line is gamma exposure maximum of dealers. We rewrote, okay, so JEX was its own thing. We recreated a better JEX. So I rewrote the entire JEX formula and have a different model for JEX that's better than the one that's out there. So we basically have led the path of gamma exposure analysis tools and created a better model. Ours isolates market maker options from the mix, whereas most gamma exposure models look at the entire spectrum of options. We believe that all options aren't created equal. Some options are speculative that'll have no risk on the table, so nobody will hedge them. So dealer options are ones that are likely to be hedged. Therefore, you can predict volume around them. Your 600 QQQ 0-day calls that expire today have zero hedging on them because they're going to expire worthless anyways. So the difference is our gamma exposure model filters out the options and only uses some of them. Somebody said our 20-day boot camp is mind-blowing. Well, thank you. Where the Rocket Scooter name come from? So, by the way, Vanna and Vanna and Charm, right? So Vanna is the sensitivity of delta hedging due to the volatility. Charm is the sensitivity of delta hedging due to time. Both of those are factored into our model to give you one volume pivot. We because our thing is focusing on the max amount of delta hedging. Vanna and Charm are just partial differentials inside the main Black-Scholes equation, but we actually create our own interpretation of different. A Greek is a Greek can make a PD out of anything. We incorporate volatility in time, absolutely. So, Rocket Scooter is a long story, but basically, when I made my first app, it was so intensive on the data providers for our options data that we were crashing their whole system. Because to calculate the resilience numbers you see at the bottom of the screen, it requires every single option from every single stock in indices, S&P and NASDAQ, every price, every option in a moment's time. It's like a giant water hose of everything that we need in a split second of time. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of options that exist for each stock is going to have thousands and thousands and thousands of options that exist at all kind of strikes and times. And then we need both indices full of that in a big burst. And we were pulling so much data that we're actually crashing the data provider, not only for us, but for their own clients. We were bringing down other software on accident because we were loading their server up so much that other people downstream were kind of getting screwed over. So the Rocket Scooter name came out of that because their infrastructure said they can handle it, but they couldn't. But in their defense, nobody's ever pulled as much data from them in a single gulp as we have. And we basically stress tested their system. They sold a more detailed package, but when I got together with my partners and we were choosing which data we're going to go with, the one that met the spec was the cheaper one. And I told my partners, I said, nope, I can design into this. It'll work. Well, what happened was they actually kind of fibbed on their specs. They really couldn't achieve what they promised. So it really was their fault. They promised to change their infrastructure for us. And when I had a meeting with my company, they were just like, Matt, why didn't you just buy the more expensive data package? We never had this problem. I'm like, no, I'm an engineer. You give me specs, I'll design into it. And if it doesn't work, it's not my fault. And they're like, yeah, but it really wasn't that much more money. It was only twice as much. And I'm like, it still doesn't matter. Why would I go buy a Cadillac data feed when I can buy a freaking scooter, put a rocket on it, and then that goes into outer space just the same way? I saved us a whole lot of money. And we had a pretty robust design. And now they fix their stuff for us. So Rocket Scooter became a meme inside of my developers circle of Matt's style of doing something. I will always build my own rocket with a scooter and a rocket engine instead of buying it outright. I'll make it myself and I'll build it better and cheaper. And over here, if you actually look at the logo, you might not be able to see it because the bokeh on the shot is blurry. But right here, it's like a rocket engine that's tied onto a scooter with a rope. So our logo is actually hey, I built this in my garage sort of thing. And we were naming the company. We were coming up with names and we were sitting there throwing all these goofy sounding names. And they were all horrible, like hedge metrics and trade metric and just goofy. We were all these lame sounding trading names that just sounded stupid. And we couldn't come up with a cool one. And as a meme and joke, I said, let's just call it Rocket Scooter. We're all engineers. That just sounds like what we are and what we did. We'll take something basic and we'll make it better. We'll take gamma exposure and we'll make it better. GEX is the scooter, we're the rocket. And then everyone laughed and said, what a stupid idea. Let's not do that. People will hate it. And then as we kept joking around about it, it started sticking. And then it actually became the perfect name because it's kind of embodies what we do as a team, right? Your basic platform is a scooter and we're the rocket. We'll come in, we'll take it, we'll tweak it, we'll tinker it in our garage and hoist up a engine on it. And then the scooter now flies in outer space. And as funny as it sounded, the name kind of sounded cooler than all the other lame crap we were throwing around each other, for weeks trying to name this thing. You made an AI image of me. Well, Barbie has it, so she can find a way to get it to you. Yeah, tweet it or post it to me on Twitter. I'd like to see it. What's the average learning curve from the app? Probably a week or two people pick it up. It's not really that hard. The hardest part about trading is trading. And that takes a lifetime to master. But my thing just has a few confluence pivots or confluence things, a few, confluence things here to help me change my position size. And then I've got flow and position. So and essentially I just follow the flow. The arrows point the direction of the flow. How do you learn more from me? You have your own Discord? I do. I have my own YouTube channel, which really you guys could all sub to. If you guys want to learn more. Sorry, I didn't mean for the stream to kind of turn into a rocket scooter, pitch or whatever. But let me give you guys my socials. It might be in the description below, I think, but let me give you my my YouTube. And yeah, we have a Discord. Hold on. Thanks for asking. You guys asked some great questions. A lot of people are very, very interested in seeing. We have a novel method, right, of finding volume. And I think that in the market being as random as it is, I'm going to type the link in chat right now. That's my YouTube channel. And this is my website. Go here. But, my idea was that the stock market is random and movement is random. And it's really hard to predict the stock market. And because of that, what you can do is use options to predict volume. What that does is that isolates everything I can do to a single point. Whether I'm right or wrong in this random market doesn't really matter. At least I'm right or wrong from the right place. I can long here. And what that means is I could long here and I was right, but I was right from the wrong place and I might have stopped before I made my win. The fact that I take my trade only where I know volume will be, it means I'm at least wrong from the wrong place and right from the right, or wrong from the right place and right from the right place. When you're wrong from the wrong place, your losses are smaller, your control is there, you're maximizing your potential and minimizing your risk. When you are wrong from the wrong place, you took a loss when you were actually right on the trade. So the idea that I had was, let me try to be right and wrong from the right place at the same time every time. And if you find volume, the ability for you to do that goes through the roof, because all you're doing is betting on where the war is going to be between buyers and sellers. Well, if I know where the battle is going to be, let me bet on the outcome of the battle. Don't let me get early on the battle. Don't let me get late on the battle. Let me see it where it happens. And volume prediction was like my, holy grail. Like, how can I chase and predict volume everywhere I can go? Well, it might kind of like, blow your whistle a little bit here to get you like excited again, is that this red line is also a high volume pivot. And you see there's a volume spike right there. Another technique. And we created like 15 different volume prediction techniques, whole different thing. But I should be live in CPI. Yeah, I'm live every single morning at 8:30 in the morning, pre-market. What pre-market strategy has been asking, how do you make them work? Set up for the market open, catch most of the move. So this white line that I have at the bottom is a gap fill predictor on the index. The gap is inside of this white box. And if this white line is greater than 0, I always long at the box. So pre-market, the two scalps I made at the morning right here were just off of the top of this box. And this white line being above 0, it just means the box is support. This is the sum of what all the stocks are doing. All the stocks have gapped and gone instead of gapped and faded. That white line is going to be above 0. And it was like 50 on the scale of 0 to 100. So I was just longing at the box all day today. And I had confluence from 2 different indicators together at the same spot. So normally out the door, I can see the stocks within seconds of the market opening. And I'll make a split-second decision just to jump in at the open or to wait for something better. Yep. Can I share my cheat sheet? Yeah, in my Discord, you guys. Let me see. How can I get this to y'all? My cheat sheets are on our Discord. So if you guys need access to any of this, come here. Like the bear setups and bull setups I do. Is that so you guys can follow along on the stream, right? I don't know how I can get this to you guys. Here's what I'm going to do. At least for now. Here, I'll do this. Ready? Everybody get out your little screenshot tool or pause the stream. I'm going to leave it there for like 10 whole seconds. Okay. Take a screenshot of this. This is all the setups I usually will do on the stream. That way you guys can kind of like understand what it is I'm doing here. They're color coded for easy understanding. Ready? Everybody take a screenshot real quick. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's gone. Okay. So colored lines. There you go. Just make a Dropbox link. I'm lazy. Damn it. Y'all just take a screenshot. Okay, that's the rocket scooter way of doing something. I'm gonna build my own scooter and just tie it on with the rocket. Okay, just take a screenshot. That's the lazy man approach. Okay, LMA. Okay, on that MHP break, what's the 2 green bars before the green arrow mean? Oh wait, say that again. Hold on, P Doggy. On that MHP break, what is the 2 green bars? Oh, on the cheat sheet. Let me hold it for you real quick. Hold up. Oh, okay. So what the 3 green bars just means break. 1 line means bounce, 3 lines mean break. So the reason I have 3 lines, just to remind you, if it breaks, that's the 3 lines. If it breaks. So what this actually really means is that you open up below and it breaks above here. I will always chase a gamma squeeze to the upside. This is if you open above here and then it supports that wave of gamma pressure, keeps us going. That's kind of what I'm doing. Wait, I see Terry Claus
Hi.
riding
No,
in on a
I just
reindeer.
wanted to come visit and see if you guys have all been good. Has chat been good?
They have, because I kind of like roped them into nerd chat for 20 minutes. We don't normally go this deep into mathematics. I'm surprised most of them even stayed. I was kind of putting myself to sleep, to be honest.
That's
Yeah.
amazing. A lot of people stayed.
Yeah.
What did you call it? Nerd chat?
Nerd chat. We're talking about science and physics and math. All these, they love talking nerdy to me.
I love that. I have a question for you.
Go for it.
So the eye doctor and you are like this power couple on X. Congratulations. I love all the
Thank you.
pics that you guys share. You guys like always go out and have so much fun. It seems like lots of parties.
Yeah. I think we like celebrate life a lot because we both work really hard. You know, she's an eye doctor and does a million things. I do this and do a million things, and we have such a cool group of friends. They're just like us. And then we love to celebrate a lot. And she also streams on Twitch. So
Cool.
she likes to do social media stuff, but she's always mostly trolling me online, which is kind of what she loves to do, which is funny.
So what was it like telling her that you're a trader? Like, tell us a little bit of that experience, because I know some of our listeners, like, they're kind of wondering, how much do I tell my friends and family as far as like my trading journey?
So yeah, like our first conversation that we had, I was at a club. We had hookah, we were at the table. My friends had some champagne. We were celebrating. And her and I were talking on the phone, and I kind of snuck away to have a conversation with her about Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. So this is how we know we were starting off to a pretty good relationship, because she was like, "I can't believe you play that game." I'm like, "Yeah, I play it all the time." But she's like, "I have trouble beating Ganon." I'm like, "Well, how many heart containers do you have?" And she's like, "Well, I have 6." And I'm like, "Well, you can't beat him with 6." And my friends are like, "Matt, can you get over here? Get off the phone." And so anyways, we started talking to each other. And the first thing I told her was like, I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "So tell me what you do." I'm like, I run a tech company and I kind of like stream on YouTube." And I kind of like, when you tell somebody you're a streamer, everyone always kind of thinks like, if you're on Instagram, you're like, "I'm an influencer." They usually roll their eyes. And I'm usually like, "Yeah, I stream on YouTube." She's like, "What?" She's like, "I stream on Twitch." And so we both had that on common. She has this funny stream on Twitch where she just talks to people and talks about eye doctor stuff, but also just trolls people and has fun, just like telling stories and whatever. So we had a conversation about streaming before trading. So then she's like, "Cool, what do you stream?" And I go, "Oh, well, I stream live trading." So she was like, "Oh, that's really cool. I stream trolling guys and talking about eye doctor stuff." So that was kind of neat.
It
But
was like love at first sight, love at first conversation, it sounds like.
Yeah, so like our house is a stream. I like a streaming room. She has a streaming room. It's kind of cool. But so when I told her about trading, I think like, how much do you tell your families? Like, what are the problems that come with that? It's different when it comes to talking to mom and dad. Mom and dad were like, "Oh, so he's trading, he's a gambler," right? So the connotation of like, or like the belief that, when you tell people that you're a trader, what do they think and how they react to that? And you have to explain to people that, trading is a serious profession. There's a lot of people that do it, not a lot of people that do it right, but when you do it right, trading is just like anything else you do. You take it seriously. You're working at something. It's like being a poker player. There's randomness to it. It's like being an athlete. You're playing a game against other people, and sometimes you win and sometimes you lose, but somehow you make a career out of it. And we explain it that way to people. It's more easy to understand. A lot of people perceive the stock market as gambling because they've only lost in the stock market, and the public perception is hard to get over that. But in reality, like any business, you take it seriously and you tell people when you're explaining it to them. I take a lot of risk management measures. I don't really gamble. I minimize my risk every day. I keep things tight, and then people are really receptive of that. And then when you tell them that, they're always like, "So should I buy Apple stock or what?" They always want a stock tip after you finish telling them, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I still get that for sure. And
Yeah.
my answer is I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bull Barbie said, I'm not sure my parents understand what I do still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sell lotion in hoodies and cowboy hats. You just tell them that. That's the easiest part to explain.
And bananas and eggplants.
And bananas and eggplants. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So Bull Barbie has she's hosting a trading competition with Ninja Trader. Everyone go sign up for that. But Matt, you won one, right? Or you placed really
I did.
high?
Yeah, I last year I peaked top 5 in the Robbins Cup before I just kind of like abandoned the competition when there wasn't really anybody there to compete against. And then I also won Elite Trader Funding held this really big global first launched futures competition. There was like 1,000 people in it, I think. And I got first place in that one. So last October.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Maybe you want to sign up for the Bull Barbie one. There's real money people can win. It's free to sign up, guys.
You guys should sign up for it. Yeah, can y'all drop the link in chat so that they know where to sign up for it?
Bull Barbie made a short link. Barbie, can you drop that in chat, please?
I don't know if I want to enter if Barbie's going to be in it. I'm kind of scared.
No, she's hosting.
Okay. All right, fine, then I'll enter.
There it is. bullbarbie.link/arena.
Sounds fun.
MyFundedFutures will do one, is planning to do one too. I think next month. We'll find out more.
Okay.
So everyone stay tuned.
I typed in that link, Bull Barbie Arena. Okay, cool.
So last few minutes, everyone make sure you fill out the form for your chance to win a free Starter Plus account, 50K account. Make sure you go and fill that out. Yeah, market's just kind of choppy. It's so amazing that you made so much money this morning on a day like today, which, it's kind of gross.
I think I don't want to risk anything else. I'm like, okay, this is the limit of today, so I'm pretty good.
Yeah, impressive day.
Thank you.
Impressive. So if I'm a newbie and I've been struggling with passing an eval, what would you say to me?
I've got a really good trick for you. Here's a rule of thumb, you guys. I'm going to teach you a very awesome trick. Timing. Wait for a month when the market's good. And here's how you can tell. Get Thinkorswim or get any other platform, you can look at VIX futures. This trick is by far one of the best tricks you'll have. Every third Wednesday of the month, the Tuesday before that day, VIX will roll into a new contract. You take the close price. You guys clip this. You might have a couple steps on this. You take the close price of the previous month, the open price of the new month, this is June. So you find the midpoint of those two levels. If the VIX is above that midpoint, do not trade. Sit out and wait for the month where it is below. You're going to see two different styles of months by two different types of trading. When volatility is out of control, you're going to have tons of crazy drawdown and big ups and downs like we did last month. Last month, that same effect happened. And we all know what happened when VIX went through the roof and we're crashing, right? But when there's a month when the market is stable, when VIX is below the line, in this particular case, it's this line. I have them all on here, but this is the one from that month. When VIX is below that middle level, when you roll into a new contract, the month is just clean. You guys can all tell on let me make this bigger so y'all can see. Y'all can see on my stream, right? The VIX itself, and this is how much chopping you have in the market. Y'all can tell the difference between how much the VIX itself is moving around versus here when that VIX is very much barely moving around. Even on the big up days on the VIX in here relative to this, everybody see like a discrete difference, right? This environment is easier by a long shot to trade. This is where you're going to get your nice, clean float up days, maybe with one dip that returned just like today. That's this environment that we're in. It's easier. If you're having a hard time, you check the VIX. If it's in that condition, or if the VVIX is above 100, both of those conditions mean that you have sensitivity to news and events and tweets and all that stuff. And even with like really good risk management, the market's just going to kind of screw you over because of the randomness, the volatility. Right now, that number is 18.65. If you guys all want to write this down, and it lasts for about another week and a half, and we are clearing below it today, just like today. Like VIX has crossed that threshold again, and then today the market is just nice and clean. It shrugs off those dips very quick, and then gets back to normal. Right? The market is not that choppy. It's just full. You get your one big dip, and you get back to normal. These environments are infinitely easier to trade than abnormal, volatile, news driven, up and down volatile markets, right? That's a clean, easy, discrete way to say, okay, I'm having a hard time passing. We'll double check VIX. If the volatility is like that, then you're probably fighting against noise more than anything. Another thing is size down. Lesson number 2 is always size down. Start trimming your position size lower than what you're doing. Whatever you think you were doing before, cut it in half again, and then trade smaller until you find a sweet spot. Technically speaking, for any funded account or any eval account, you should be able to last at least 3 days before you blow up. If you lose 3 days in a row, or 2 trades a day, trading 3 days. And if you can't manage losing 6 trades before you blow up, then you're trading too big. So at minimum, you should give yourself the ability to trade twice a day. So if your one trade is knocking you out on your daily loss limit, then you're betting too big. So the next step is just to size down. That's it.
Thank you. What about for someone that is newly funded and they haven't received their first payout yet?
Yeah. So the hardest thing when you get funded is the emotions that come with it. You're excited. I get funded. I'm so close away from money, right? And you go in, and the very first minute you do, the very first thing the market opens, you're like, make a trade, and you rush it, right? A lot of people will rush it because they're eager to make money. Your first trade, psychologically, especially in a new funded account, is your most important trade. Wait. I'm talking wait days if you have to. Wait a week if you have to. Wait for your A+ setup only. Put a big amount of fat. My funded live account right now is probably up 6,000 or 7,000 right now. I didn't trade it for the first 3 days. I waited. My first trade had to be a guaranteed winner in my head. The confidence you get with that and the buffer you get with that gives you a little more longevity. But don't rush it. Newly funded traders, like, wait for an A+ setup. You want your first trade to be a banger. You want to win your first trade as much as you can.
I can second that. With every funded account I've ever had, if I start off like in the red, it sucks. It feels so much harder to turn it around. Yeah. Your first trade.
Somebody said ticker and VIX. Sorry. VX is the futures ticker, and VVIX is, and so it's VIX futures and VVIX are the 2 tickers. I'll write them in chat. And different trading platforms have different designations for them, but basically you want to search for the people that are asking VIX futures and VVIX. These are the 2 that you're asking about.
And Matt, can you share a little bit about what exactly is the VIX? Like, what is it actually measuring? I know people talk about it as a fear meter, and also, like, I know that it's like inversed with the market, but what is it exactly measuring?
So what exactly the VIX is, and it's mostly inverse with the market. Sometimes VIX will go with the market in a short squeeze. It's neat when that happens, but most of the time VIX goes inverse to the market. What the VIX is an indicator that looks at, and it's made by CBOE, created it, and it looks at SPX options that expire in a window of 23 to 37 days out. So basically 30 days from now, plus and minus 7, that little 14-day window, they take all those options and cram it to an equation that comes up with the VIX. And what VIX actually describes is the supply and demand of each option that qualifies and the time they have to expire. So when people are buying options very rapidly, just like if you buy anything really rapidly, the price of it goes up. And say you have all these options scattered out in price and time, right? And all of a sudden people are buying this option very rapidly, and it's going to go up in price when the other ones aren't. The VIX is going to reflect that more so than somebody's buying this option rapidly because it's farther out in time. Something that's being bought or sold rapidly, the price is going to change very differently. And the nearer term that is to expiration, like the closer it is, the more effect it has on the VIX. So the VIX is actually measuring how frantically people are rushing to buy last minute near-term options. What's what it calls. And VIX will start to go up very rapidly. Imagine like the market's just trucking along nice and bullish, and all of a sudden you hear like bad news is coming. People are going to rush to just buy put options like right out the door for like today. I need some insurance for today. Market's going to crash, or maybe market is crashing on a change of news, right? And people are rushing to buy insurance at the last minute, right? Very cheap. And because they're doing that, it causes the VIX to spike up very rapidly. So when VIX is high, what it basically means is that your options that are also causing markets to move as people are like forced to buy and sell the underlying with it kind of contain price in a certain path. And when volatility is higher, the VIX is higher, it means basically where people's risk is distributed and those options is a little bit wider and more spread out than when VIX is low. When VIX is low, people are like contained. People have all their puts and calls like in giant fat demand that's equally distributed at all prices. So it resists movement in the market because there's enough options on both sides. And I like to explain the VIX is like, when the VIX is low, you can use options to predict that there's a lot of people willing to buy. The market's liquid, right? And so if you take a pane of glass, right, and each glass pane is an option strike, and you were to take them all and stack them like this with an airspace between them, and you were a person here, let me draw Terry Claus with her bunny ears and her beard right here, and you're standing on top of these panes of glass and you jump, you're likely to break through a couple of them because they're really spread out. But if you were to take all those panes of glass and stack them on top of each other and you jump, it's more likely to resist the momentum. So in here, people are very much disagreeing on where their risks should be and where their risks should be managed. Here, everybody's like, yep, that's the point of no control. Like, this is the point of no return. It's all right here. So the smaller the VIX, like the tighter everything is and the less the market moves because there's enough liquidity in it. So when VIX goes up, what actually happens is liquidity goes down. You have spaces in between where people are willing to act. And markets tend to like break and crash much faster. No liquid markets. So VIX, and like when you ask what it really is actually a measure of the kind of surprise of the market. The market gets shocked, VIX goes up because people are rushing to buy insurance. So why does VIX go up when markets go down? Is because at almost all times the market is more bullish than bearish. There's almost more people longing against the dealers than shorting. Because of that, there's always more puts in the market than calls in the market. And therefore, market upsets, if you measure when a market gets upset, most of the time it's a long market that gets surprised to sell off. Because the upset is usually always to the downside. When VIX goes up, the market's usually going down. But there are times, especially during COVID, where the market like crashed and then we started like rallying up for a week or two when the VIX was like trailing up when we squeezed. Because at that point, the selling pressure was the status quo and the upset was the squeezing of the shorts.
It was
VIX
opposite.
Yeah, it was opposite. And it's very rare that it's opposite, but normally VIX will go up when the market is just shocked and surprised. And people are like, I gotta get puts. Well, I need them here. Well, I need them here. Well, I need them at this time. I need them that time. And that sudden demand for a one-sided part of the market where the risk is spread out causes the math of the VIX to make it go up. Yeah.
So interesting. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, no problem.
What do you think about spinning the wheel?
That's a much shorter question. The answer is yes. Let's spin it.
Let's spin it. Let's announce our winners. 15 winners, you guys. That's a lot. We've done a ton of giveaways today. All right, everyone. Chat, are you ready? Type R if you're ready.
Type R.
Ready to find out if you're a winner. Well, we're all winners, no matter what.
So while she's calling out names, somebody asked, if VIX is going up or down, don't let that skew your position. All that should tell you when VIX is going up is that the market just becomes choppier like this. The higher the VIX, the higher the V's in the market. So don't ever use raising VIX or lowering VIX as a decision maker in the stock market. They're not related. So just be careful. If VIX is going up, don't say I need to short the market. Just think it's going to be choppier.
Yeah. All right, let's spin it. Let's go. Chat, you guys are ready. I see lots of R's. Go. Woohoo. Malou Killer. Congrats. Dark F. Congrats. Woohoo. A 50K starter plus account. You are winning. Missed Trading. Congratulations to you. Matt, do you want to announce the next ones?
Let me put on my glasses here. Gypsy, you were the winner today.
Woohoo!
Fox Trader.
Go, Fox Trader.
Rage Eclipse. A Heart 90.
Congratulations, a heart. 50K starter plus account.
42.7.
Woohoo!
Come on, let's go. Matt, come on. Bull and Bear, congratulations.
I love that. All right, 5 more.
Disc golf, SI disc golf.
Disc golf. You must love to play disc golf.
Disc golf is fun. Empire Steve.
Congratulations, Steve.
Valor Killer once, twice. That person just won. 2 wins.
We've
That's
got
the
to put
first
a thing
one.
in there where you can only win once.
Donato.
Donato,
Donato.
congratulations.
Rigged.
Last one.
Holy up. Guchep.
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations to all the winners. Tune in tomorrow. We will have lots of more trading, content, education. You might even see someone's foot in the camera. Matt, you missed it. I showed everyone my foot.
What like, is your foot like, did you hurt it, or is your foot like, what's the deal with the feet? Let's hear it. I
It was
gotta
just
hear.
for entertainment purposes. We were having some technical difficulties. I was like, I can't even remember how it came up, but because someone in chat was like, show your feet pics.
It's like we had technical difficulties, so what we decided to do was just show our feet. That helps everybody out.
Yes, it makes everyone laugh.
You guys are hilarious. I didn't miss it. I'll have to rewind.
Low Zero Q said it was supposed to be OnlyFans only. Oh, thank you so much, Matt. This was a great day. Thanks for showing us
thank you, guys.
your winning trades and all the gamma and nerd talk. It was very educational. Sometimes
they're serious. I mean, the other day we were talking about like Diddy parties and lotions. So it gets a little different on the stream sometimes. Sometimes we knuckle down and do some real stuff. So yeah. Am I streaming after this? Somebody asked. Yes, I am. Here's the link. I'll post it in chat. I always am streaming in the afternoon. So you guys come say hi. Give us some love. And thanks for coming on, Terry. Appreciate you as always.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Matt. Oh, did you drop your stream in chat?
Yeah, there's a link in chat.
Okay, everyone go check out Matt's stream. Have a good one. Bye, guys.
Thank you.